how delay works, but for me, that was 12 on the dot. And I think, I don't know. I feel like I have most of my. I prepped, I vacuumed, I cleaned up, I put things away. You know, progress ish for the moment. Susan with the fresh. She's looking super fresh. Not unsurprisingly, she was covered with all of the grease, every imaginable kind of grease. After wash. It's called like clean strip after wash. Wiped her down with the after wash. Just the good old Rust-Oleum Tall Boy Black. And there she is. So fresh, so clean. I've been painting all morning. My hands are mostly over spray at this point because y'all know me, man. Man, I love painting bodies, don't I? I love it. That's why I put it off so long, because of the love of the game. I couldn't abide it. To me, a polycarbonate smells the best. It's tough to say. I will say that the Glidden smells the least. And I would give credit to Duplicolor Vinyl and Fabric for smelling the weirdest. It does not smell like paint. I think it is called paint, though. Or is it called coating? It might actually be called coating, which would explain which would explain a lot. There should be one right in the front. Glidden. Yeah, vinyl and fabric specialty coating. That would explain why that doesn't smell like paint, because it's not. It's something else. Thanks for the trail rated vid. I used your affiliate links to order 3 projects as a result. Hey! Are Camtech shells available in the U.S.? I'm going to have to say maybe not, because I've never heard of it. Maybe. If they make crawler bodies, I've certainly never seen one. Oh, and a happy birthday that I almost missed. He's buying something from times of yore, a wraith, which I've never actually seen in. Or have I? A guy comes over with something that is, I guess, wraith adjacent, but they are before my time. Is the stuttering only on my side? I have dropped 0 frames. Yeah, the buffering should not be from my side. The wife is off work today, so I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing bandwidth. So, I mentioned previously on the Identical Cousins, the double giveaway, the ones for next Friday. I bought a set of honeycombs to go with the first set of honeycombs, and they turned out to be completely different. Not the first, second, or third time that I've ordered one set of wheels and gotten a completely different set of wheels from Amazon. Like, it'll be the same manufacturer. Like, if one set is DJX, the other ones will also be DJX, but not close to what I was ordering. You must have to dig deep into the Discord for the thumbnail on the Crawler Canyon Trail Reddit video. I did old man stuff, bonafide old man stuff. I yelled, "Hey kid, how do I search the Discord for an image that a member posted?" And they were like, "Do you know their name?" And I was like, "Yes." And they were like, "Enhance." There it was. If I had just had to like try to figure out what channel it was in, I'd probably still be looking for it. No, I would have just sent you a message and be like, "Hey, can you send me that trail rated picture? Because I can't find it." I'm not going to be here next Friday. I will be in the woods on a real life crawler outing. I mean, we can't fault that, right? We can't fault that. That is giveaway week, so if that's of any interest to you. I don't remember what channel it was in either. So I've bought this wheel 3 times, and I have 3 different wheels, as one would expect. Oh, that's a lot of machining juice. You did say you had not the complete steering angle if you set it in the hot SC remote that you have it to. Can you get more angle that way? Maybe. What throw a radio is set to do varies from radio to radio. Because like radios in times of yore, Jimbo with the 20 as I was looking down. Sanwa radios of ye olden times could go to 120%. You could set your endpoints to 120. Most radios now only go to 100. I've seen one, and I can't remember what, Radio Master MT12 maybe. It feels like MT12 would be something that would do that. Goes to 150. So clearly they'll do 270. Or no, because most radios are limited to 90. Limited to 90. But you can take any servo and attach it to a Radio Link or a Fly Sky or a Sanwa or a Hot RC or a whoever, and you'll get different throw off of every single one of them. So again, no standard. Benjamin with the 20, we're up 40. The sawtooth is alive. Look at it going. Back-to-back 20s. And anyone who is worried that it would impact your overall chances during a giveaway, really doesn't. The members' numbers were at their lowest level in recent memory during the last giveaway, and there were still basically the same number of people. So we've got the purple with the rings, and they are also shallower, like because the ring is the face is out much farther, and this has got more of a barrel. These are more approximating to a -10. But then, are they the same color? I don't know. Oh, that's a portal. I mean, it's close, but that's definitely more on the silver end, and that's definitely what we used to say in the O day was gunmetal. Dark anno gray, something like that. Those are not the same color. We're just gonna keep we're just gonna keep getting different wheels. I bought a shirt at the Costco. This is relevant because I bought a shirt at the Costco. You know, tech tea, stuff like this, right? That shirt is gray, like a darker gray. It has about as much, well, this is greener, right? That Otis handle is greener. My kids are all, what are you talking about, old man? That shirt is green. If I have gray shorts on and I see the shirt against the shorts, that shirt is pretty green. But if I just hold the shirt up like this and just see the end of the shirt, that shirt is gray. Is the dress blue or gold? It's the blue gold dress. But it does not look green all the time. So I'm not saying that it's the same as the people who think these are green. They are not. These are purple. And the purples are pretty darn close. All of the accessory colors are not close at all. Mr. Hurley with the sniper shot. Amazon. I just ordered these. When did they show up? Yesterday? When did these show up? Yeah, actually a couple days ago. They call it titanium. Is the color. Yeah, purchased 2 times. There you go. Copy that. Honeycombs. Paste. Oh. I'm telling you what. I got a Chevy Blazer shirt from Old Navy. Didn't realize it was dark green until I wore it with black shorts. Yeah, right? I bought those Who Crawler 1.9 Super Softs for my Tusks on Deja Blue, hoping it brings a little more performance in forward drive. It's a foam that can go in water. So I still think it absolutely has an application. I mean, I know people are like, I don't see green. Are people being serious? We've got some colorblind folks here, like proper colorblind. Affiliate link for Honeycomb cereal. Honeycomb. Copy. Honeycomb. Oh, I misspelled that terribly. Honeycomb. Big taste. That's what it says on the box. Anybody asks for an affiliate, if it's on Amazon, I'll just go get it. You've never messed with a Wraith, but you have messed with an Axial Vanguard brushless setup. I don't think so. Axial Vanguard. Doesn't ring any bells. Didn't I? Oh, right. No, we're good. We're good. We're doing the works. I feel like there's a ghost of a chance I might have everything prepared for next week. It's the Saturday that's getting me, because I'm afraid I'm going to forget to do a bunch of things or to take a bunch of things. So got the Bushido in the mail Monday. That thing is a blast. And for everyone keeping track, no YouTube channel for me. So there you go. Combo breaker. The sleds guy. So purple is green, but green isn't green. No, when they see green, they see orange. I'm trying to keep track of it. Or Mr. Hurley might see purple as green and green as purple. I mentioned this at the optometrist. And even that guy was like, he was like, that's crazy. So whenever my kids or my wife tries to give me business about being colorblind, I'm like, no. We got people on the channel that can't see orange, presumably. So these will go in to be used on a different giveaway. Something that needs less offset. So all parts of the buffalo, you know. Anyone making a good 3D insert for the new Baja XS? I'm sure Revolt can. I just don't know if they've done it yet. You can contact them. There's whether you're in Europe or in America, you can get distribution in either locale, and all you need to do is provide them some like basic measurements, like a rough guesstimate of like what the inside measurement of the tire is. So what you do is you measure the carcass, then you measure how wide it is, and then you subtract the thickness of the carcass times 2, and then the same thing with the tread height and the thickness of the carcass. So you're going to come up with a number that's like 108 by 35 or something, and then they can make you an insert, also taking into account the weight of your vehicle, etc., etc. I can't see my forehead. That's good. He's calling bullshit on Mr. Hurley being colorblind right here, right now. I don't know. He's been so consistent about it. What's with the pink wheels? There you go. We may never know what color these wheels are. It was brought to my attention by myself. I walked around the building and noticed that my selection for wheels is very much the way manufacturers nowadays sell cars. I have wheels in black, silver, like the bronze, chrome, just basically the basic car colors. Silver, white, and black definitely dominate what my wheels are. And I was like, you know what, man, you gotta start getting some colored wheels. There's so much color out there. Back in the day, they got to analyze photo recon from a warplane. If you're colorblind, you may see what other people find hard. That is true. In this chat, he posted a green apple and a purple circle. If he's colorblind, he wouldn't truly know the color of the emojis. He'd be guessing at best. I would assume an apple emoji would be red. Also, I don't know what the names of the emojis are. So maybe that apple is named green apple emoji. I don't think there's anything grandly conspiratorial. Due to the nature, due to the observer effect, we can never know what Mr. Hurley sees. So, whether he can see in color or not, we'll never know what colors he sees. And they're all 8-hole? No, they're all 105s. They're all 10. Okay, so in the 8-hole camp, got an 8-hole there. This is just off of the rack. What's on the rack? Who else has got wheels in them? 105. Oh, 6-spoke. It's, of course, 105s. 105s. It's kind of difficult to find the real narrows, the skinnies, in anything other than these. Like, I've looked for a super skinny super cheap 105, and I haven't been able to find it. I mean, behind me there is a drawer that is, if you want to know how bad it's gotten. Five. Can't remember if these are 8 holes or 105s. 8 hole. Of course, they love to fall apart. Rather than get all these out, I'll tell you 105, 105s, 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 105s. Spokies, again, 2.2. And then whatever knockoff those are. It's, man, if you've looked, you know. It is not easy to find cheap 2.2s. Yeah, they're bigger, but behind me on the bench, 105s and 105s. There's definitely, 105s are definitely what dominates here. All my 101.9s are gold or bronze. Some say colorblind, some say crazy, who knows? There you go. Could be either. I wish they made more styles of wheels that were cheap. Most of my wheels that aren't silver or black are trials. I found some narrow 2.2s on eBay for about $30. I have a couple sets now of narrow 2.2s necessitated by the FYR and the 22C2 rupture. It looked like the Vanquish wheel with the biohazard-ish emblem. Oh. At least these are different, you know? At least I'm not buying 105s. There's a car right outside. Probably 8 feet away from the wall that is right over here. And it's hot outside. So their AC compressors went. And I'm hoping that they leave because it's driving me insane. Good job, Blue Yeti microphone, because I know none of you can hear it. I don't like it. And I thought the raccoon said he wasn't going to be here because he was going to be asleep. That's what he had posted on the Discord. Yeah, summer is definitely here. I love the Boom Racing Volk TE37s. If you peruse and you can't search by Volk or TE37 or any of that, if you get lucky on Amazon, that's not them. The Hustlers have been mounted on a set of the fake, the knockoff TE37s. The venerable Boom Racing Hustler, which still just now starting to get some cracks and some rot on the inside edge. These have been here for 5 years. Those were one of the most difficult to mount sets of wheels of all time. Tires on wheels. So as soon as they were mounted on them, they've been on them ever since. I fear if I unmount them, I'll never get them mounted again. You ever do 24s? He loves his 24s. Can't stop talking about them when they're mentioned. That's amazing. I don't do micros. I don't do minis. I don't do micros. In part because... Which ruler is it? It's an 8-inch ruler. I can go a bit farther on the pinky. I don't want to work on them. When I have to deal with hardware to mount things like lights, and I've got to deal with like 1.6s, I'm like, such a cruel fate to befall. I put those Dash RC wheels like Sheila's on my FJ40. They look so good in front of me. Very cool. But I think I need longer and better shocks or go to Leafs. Better shocks for sure. The shocks that come on the FJ aren't even really shocks. I'm a big fan and proponent of the 100mm mod. You get some, which actually turns out to be a 110mm mod, because with Desert Lizards, you get the, I think they're Benedict Harry TRX4 towers. It requires you to cut 2 little squares in the bed in the back, but once you put that thing on hundreds and you put Desert Lizards under it, you basically don't need to maintain your suspension anymore. It's just good. The I prefer it on Leafs, but it's not necessary unless you want to go to the GCM LRT2. If you're going to stick with the stock gearbox, I would say just leave it on Lynx. I got to see who's making all this noise. It's driving me nuts. All right. I don't see anyone in that car. Just a car sitting there with the AC going full blast. Oh, definitely easier to build courses, for sure. You don't got to tote concrete around. You can use, like, spray foam and Dixie cups. Yeah, I would never argue that. But you only have to build a course once until you go insane, and then you can't stop. It's like a Dorito. You can't stop at just one. So you just keep building more course. But you got to work on those 24ths all the time. Man, do I not want to. No, if no one's in the noisy car, go park it down the street. Yeah. Okay, I gotta move back up. I just built a forward skid using AliExpress parts, carbon chassis, carbon, stainless legs, D1RC. Oh, I thought there was gonna be a question at the end of that. I like working with my Rycros because I like the fact I can just pick it up and mess with it, but the hardware can be a nightmare. Never work on an SCX30. It's so damn small. Yeah, racing Big Bore 70 are a decent shock if staying on links for the FMS FJ40. There you go. I am all about the 100mm life. I've made errors in my days. Choosing to mount these wheels is definitely among them. Getting all 3 halves to line up blind. I should have just gotten the juice. It's the only way this is going to happen. I like to do a little finger stabby action. Hope that car doesn't, like, explode. It doesn't sound right. It's getting louder. I need at least a drill bit. There we go. Did the offspring end up painting a body for their raccoon? That would be impossible. It stopped. I don't have a body, nor did anyone ever mention what kind of body to paint. I used a lot of your reviews to pick parts. Hey, I like my cheap steel wagon wheels 1922. I went through a lot of wagon wheels, and I don't think I have any left. I think I've replaced all of them. It's the offset, you see. I got the bubble juice out and then didn't use it. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. I had to get on anything smaller than 1/12 scale. Yeah. Hey. I can tell you from some experience that swapping to the links becomes problematic later on. When the guy who ran the local microcourse in Compton lost his marbles, it killed all my interest in marbles. Gotta head out to get the kiddo from school. Oh. School's not over? School's over in California. It's summer break out here now already. Price aside, what's your favorite shock? I think you can factor price into it. I would say overall, of course it popped a bead. You know what we'll do? Just go on to another one. We'll go back to that later. I would say Traxxas Big Bores overall. If I make that selection under the guise of, if you had to replace every shock that you have with one shock, what would it be? So I enhanced the question without being asked to. It'd be Big Bores, which also allows Dravtex and Tumods because they use all of the same parts, so they fall under the same umbrella. They work. They're very smooth. My favorite shock of all time is the 8 shock from the Loosey 8 Buggy and Truggy. Boy, that is a lot easier with the juice. My workman's hands have palms longer than my fingers. I'll stick to the larger scales. Yeah, bear paws. That's what my father-in-law has. I've been trying to save up to buy a set of those green wheels. Mr. Hurley, if you want the ones with the beadlock rings, they're yours. I mean, I would use them on a giveaway in the future, but I don't absolutely need to. It's not like they're expensive. I can buy more wheels. Duo Reef's big toe body. Yeah. Let's get that plague in here. I'm a hard body and leaf spring kind of guy, but I got out of my comfort zone and I have a rock crawler and a sand buggy under construction. Nice. I think you can use Endure Mavericks for everything. If these came out last year, pretty sure they did. Mavericks are 2025, right? Oh my God. That giveaway rig might not have tires on it. Unmounting those tires, biggest mistake I ever made. I'm falling behind, so I'm just reading. Don't worry about me. I don't know what. Well, maybe it's gone. It's still there. I didn't see anyone go to that car. So, I don't know. It popped beads on 2 tires in the exact same spot. And when a Mavericks pops a bead, you can just pry the whole tire out. So, if at first you don't succeed, grab another set of wheels and see if you can't get a little closer to the edge. Maybe I'll just jump off that edge. Now, these are G8 Swampers on silicones. I don't think they're going to fight me nearly as much. This is the set of wheels that I hybridized, and I'm dehybridizing them. Let's see. If this follows the usual, I'll have this back together in seconds instead of fighting those Mavericks. And I don't usually have a problem with S5. I guess the mounting lip is just different enough on the deeper ones than it is on the beadlock ring ones. Yeah, just glue them on, not my problem. Somebody else's problem. Yeah, see, this is how it's supposed to go. Yeah, that was every time I'd get to the third bolt, and usually once you've triangulated, you're good. I would get to the third bolt, and it would pop a bead out, and it would pop a bead out of the front. Now you'll notice, good old G8 and a 105. It's not. This is. All right, let's find out. I don't use jigs to mount wheels. I just don't. Also, these wheels add a spectacular level of, get out of here, Susan. Add a fantastic level of frustration and annoyance, because you have to line those holes up with those holes. And if you breathe on it, that ring moves. So apparently we can't do bubble juice because it just shoots the bead. So the drill bit was working. I say the drill bit was working, but we have not successfully mounted one of these. So we're at 0%. I just took them out of the package. These would definitely prefer a little bit of sauce. Okay, that's set down. That's down. Those honeycomb wheels that you gave away were horrible to assemble. Okay. Maybe I'm pulling it in too far. I'm not using the take extra care. As soon as you feel resistance, stop tightening. Okay. So good so far. Well, I'm not putting, we're not putting Boom Racing Pro builds on giveaways. I do RTRs. So, actual ready to runs, ARTRs. So, there's nothing explicitly wrong with the wheels or the tires or the inserts or any of the bits. Just, this is a pain. I think it might have been me a little bit. It was, I'll take partial blame because that one went right on. Let's bounce. We'll bounce back and forth. I need the palate cleanser of everybody's favorite 105. I'm new to crawling. I always buy the cheap Amazon beadlocks. What are the advantages to the pricier options? Okay. This. Hold on. Wait. Don't move. I'm coming back. All right. This green guy is absolutely... All right, we're going to get Susan back in. I'm sorry, Susan. I didn't mean it. Now we're going to get Susan back in. Every time. Zinc. Okay. So, this is a 105. a bolt has already fallen out of it, just like any other 105. If we analyze it closely, we can see the overspray. You can see the level of quality. Like, this has barely been finished, right? These are perfectly functional, right? I use wheels of that type all the time. You don't really get much more buying more expensive. But I will say, where's my guy? So this is one that folks have agreed is hideous. We're trying to keep the coloring uniform. This is a set of trials. I would put the level of trial machining up there with anyone. Like, trials machining is absolutely as good as anybody else's. Also, the consistency of their anodization. If you buy, it's like say, in a rare instance, you were building a 6x6 and you need to buy 2 sets of wheels, you could be reasonably confident that the colors would match closely. This is a Vanquish wheel. So this is a good old Vanky. And there's the rear ring. I would not put the quality of this appreciably higher than this. As a matter of fact, an important thing to look at in wheels is look at the depth of this little guy right here. Because if you're an idiot, and I can speak for one, if you're an idiot and you have to do this thing where you put wheels together and take them apart and put wheels together and take them apart, the thickness of that flange presents itself as critical. And you will notice that on the cheapest of the wheels, look at the thickness of that guy. And there's a recess in there. That's like 2 millimeters thick. The trials are a good bit thicker, like a full 3 millimeters. And they've got a nice recess in there. There is, as with anything else, there is a point of diminishing returns, right? For another offering, this is a Boom Racing Pro Build. And we got Pro Build, and there you get the back. Pro Builds are incredibly well made. And this one is also variable offset. You can set it to different depths. I think an argument could be made that the Pro Builds might be worth the money. I generally try not to go above trial money. $50 to $60 a set is like my artificially set ceiling, right? I don't want to pay more than that. I have, but I don't like it. Unless the wheel does something remarkable. I bought, what are they called? '06. I bought '06 Vera hubs on clearance. Okay? I think they still show as available on '06. I have to remove one. So, this is an '06 Vera hub, okay? So you've got the outer face, and you'll notice that on the face, the screws are actually below the level of the ring. Very nice. We've got this row of 6 screws, which are purely decorative. They don't do anything. And then you have these 5 here, which 6. You have these 6 here. 3 of them do something and 3 of them don't. See how these just go into a recess and those go into material? Because you assemble the wheel, so those 3 hold the wheel together. They clamp it together. And then the other 3, they go to this little brake rotor guy. Do you see how you have 5 different offsets in one wheel? I would be a person that would say that is something worth spending money on. These are grotesquely expensive. I put these on a 6x6, so I had to pay $50 a pair times 3. So I put $150 worth of wheels on something. How many sets of Vera Hub wheels do I own? Exactly 1. Well, 1.5. Would I buy these again in the future? I wouldn't go so far as to say absolutely not, but it is highly, highly unlikely. I wanted them for something very specific. I do think that this is great. It's a little fiddly. You have to convince your brain that it's absolutely okay to all your torque is going through 3 bolts. It should be, you know what? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. So you can spend more that isn't just more being spent. I would say that if you're buying a Vanquish wheel, you're spending more. You're spending more just to spend more. Because basically every style of wheel that Vanquish does, someone else makes it. Someone else makes it. If you want to say I want some USA made, I mean, they're gonna say made in the USA on there. How made in the USA are they? Get the feeling they're coming out of machine shops in Taiwan and China, just like just every other wheel out there. But I always wanted some Gearhead RC wheels, but they went out of business before I could afford a set. Yeah. Any carbon wheels that could fit a brass ring for the front of a rig to get a little more weight up front? That are cheap? I know why he's asking that. I know why he's asking that because I've been there. He's not running I'm making assumptions. He's not running a carbon wheel for the weight savings of carbon. He's running a carbon wheel because he wants the flat face like a buggy wheel. But he doesn't want the lightness. He would like a little bit more weight back in it. So, yeah, but also, yeah, cheap. They are cheap. $27 a set. I've seen on some of them. Their rings do appear to be fairly bespoke to that wheel. While OT6 wheels, I don't remember what they call them. The ones that come with the Wizard, let's call them Wizard wheels. Wizard wheels have their very own inner ring that has groovies in it to hold onto your foams. But OT6 wheels will accept any ring. I was weak once and bought a set of Battleborn. I mean, everybody's gotta. It's just like how everybody's gonna own a set of fake Hyrax at one point or another. I mean, real Hyrax aren't even very good. Gotta get some fake ones too. Before we forget, let's replace the... Let's check the others. Tight, tight, tight. Yeah, I love how Torque will just seek out the one that is slightly looser and just knock it out. There's a section on the OT6 website that's password protected called Wizard 002. Hey, I have about 7 sets of fake Hyrax. I wish there were more flat face, positive offset wheels that actually look like wheels. Everything's always negative offset. It's true. I'm not paying over $100 for 2 wheels in Australia, so I got Enjoras. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Enjoras. Absolutely nothing wrong with the Enjoras. I have a lot of Enjora wheels here. A lot. And because I'm buying wheels in quantities that I reckon to probably be larger than what most people are doing, and I'm not collecting wheels. The Enjora brass rings almost fit my ZM carbon hobby carbon wheels, similar OD, but you'd have to do some grinding on the idea of the brass ring. I've done that before. Like you have the 2 heights of the barrel. You have that height of the barrel, and you'll get the face of something, and it just won't, like, this one is near 0. There's maybe a millimeter on that one. We go to some other wheel. That's probably 2.5 millimeters. Bought those for a reason. for a reason. Let's see what the glow backs have got. Yeah, this one is open, so you can see it from the outside. That's fairly typical. That's probably a millimeter all the way around. Maybe a little under a millimeter. That's a pretty good fit. I've had ones, though, where the barrel is so tight, the easiest way is just to take it over to the lathe, and I just take that little layer of anodization off, and then the wheels slip together a lot easier. We shouldn't have to, but sometimes things are cheap. Sometimes things are cheaper because it's a good deal. Sometimes things are cheaper because they're cheaper. I'm feeling fairly confident in the classification that these honeycombs are cheaper because they're cheaper. I mean, they do use 2mm hardware to hold the hubs on, which is not something you always like to see. It is 6. I wish more people would do wheels the way Ot6 does them, but I understand why they don't. It's more machining. And there it goes. There it goes. Drop a screw inside the barrel, and now we still got it. If it didn't pop a bead out the front. The wheels with tons of screws work great when they're scale hardware, but you need to build them right the first time because there's no way you're going to want it. You're not a big fan of the 96 bolt shuffle? There's at least one guy here in the chat that won't build them at all. I get it. I mean, I've put together so many sets of 105s that if I said that I've put in 10,000 beadlock screws, there was just a comment about a 4-link VS410 mullet, and poof, I never saw it. I kind of enjoy it when you got to modify stuff to fit. Then you'll love chassis mounted steering and the most inexpensive wheels money can buy. That's another plus about the carbon wheels. Only 6 bolts in a hub. Well, 18. 6 to hold the front on, 6 to hold the back on, 6 to hold the hub on. That is less, though. You can find some. The least hardware you'll ever get are the, like what's on Bruce, the GRC clone ones. Those have 6 bolts on the back. That's it. Fixed hub. Kind of how these hubs are. See how there's screws up here? Well, those are fake. That hub is part of the wheel. So these have rings, so that doesn't count. But you can see a lot of them that are just rings, or the or Steelies. The Steelies with the sandwich, where it just sandwiches everything together, and then it's just 6 bolts. The whole wheel is just 6 bolts. But I'm not buying a wheel specifically just because it has less bolts in it. I mean, I can put some screws in. So long as they don't fight me tooth and nail, I can build a set of wheels from scratch out of the bag fairly quickly. 10,000 is probably being cautious. Yeah. I'm willing to bet Mr. C has mounted more tires than everyone watching the live stream combined. I mean, I've done my record. My record for a full day was like what I'm doing right now. This is a rim shuffle because I was doing the test on the 1.9 wides and found out you don't really need it. So doing this, I would consider an operation. This is an operation. This is a dismount and a mount, but I would only count this as one operation. My personal record is 17 operations in one sitting on a beadlock Thursday. Before Thursdays were my dedicated off days. I would do all my wheel work on Thursdays. This would have been done yesterday. I did not touch a tiny toy car yesterday, and it was majestic. It was absolutely lovely. Finally home from work. What's happening? Nothing. Absolutely nothing of any value, import, or renown. That's my time for today. Heading home. No more work. Hey! How big of a difference in geo between a Zoku VS410 and a ZRD? Converted the VS410 to mullet 4-link, and I wanted to know if completely wasted my time and if should have waited to do on a ZRD. Okay. The VRD geometry is remarkably close to Zoku Phoenix geometry. I never said that. You didn't hear it from me. But they are close. They're quite close. I think the ZRD geometry for a VRD is better than the VRD. But I have a number of builds here, and I've done perhaps too many to count, builds off of VRD chassis that are fantastic. I love me a VRD chassis. So no, I don't think that you have undone yourself in any way, particularly depending on what body is on top of your VS410. I've mounted and dismounted the same sets of wheels. Yeah, I try not to do that. Didn't there used to be Shift RC style true beadlock knockoffs on Amazon? I need help for CMS Gold Rush. Any idea link lengths in front? I could ballpark you. Like, if you haven't built any links yet, let's see what we got. All right. I do mount my front upper for the CMS on the inside of the chassis. If you mount yours to the outside, your mileage may vary. I have my front lowers at 110 eye to eye. I have my front upper at 105 eye to eye, so fairly close. I have my panhard at 102 eye to eye. With a Flash Hobby 60, Flash Hobby 50, Longhorn, top mount, my drag link is 96 eye to eye. I mount mine backwards like that with the Longhorn coming forward to help try to get these reasonably paralleled in the front. So 110s, 105 mounted to the inside, 102, and I use a curvy on it, 102 and 96. Your use of horn, your lengths, just that's eye to eye. So if you're using different links, if you're using different stuff, the 110 and the 105, that is, by the way, that is a setting to compromise for both panhard angle and amount of available caster. It is not what I would consider to be a hyper-optimized pinion angle, but I will more often than not, I will sacrifice some pinion angle for more caster because I would like to have the steering. Okay, how much are you going to fight me? How much are you going to fight me? Suggestions on welding a metal tab on a tube chassis without actually welding. I need to mount a tab to support a fuel cell that will hold my battery on a buggy build. My recommendation, weld-free, not welding, would be clamps. I don't know how small you can find them, but you know the little clamps that are shaped like... Oh, that board is full. I just saw my... Yeah. Let's see if we can ruin this. The clamps that look like this. And the screw goes through like that. You can get those real small. Down small enough that you could probably get one side that will fit your tube, and then you just mount whatever you're mounting with that. That's how I would do it. That would be the lazy non-welding method that I would employ. P-clamps. That's a P-clamps. That's what they're called. That's how I would do it. Is it the right way? Who am I to say? I've done dumber. I'll do dumber today. Sometimes if you just do the polar bear on an igloo cooler and just bounce up and down on it, you can actually get it to go. I like a nice mechanical attachment, you know. It's lazy. I'm gonna have to weld one of these upcoming weeks, either next week or week after. I've finally gotten to where I have to replace a bridge. The time has come. That bridge has disintegrated, so I enjoyed making my last rebar bridge, so I'm going to make another rebar bridge. But I'm going to try to be a little more refined about it. I have a better welding mask now. So I'm going to see if I can trip the breakers again, which I did on the last bridge. I had so much heat into that bridge that the whole thing just warped into oblivion. It was amazing. How do you get signed up for the monthly giveaways? You have to be here on the day of the giveaway. That is 7 days from today. You got to be here. And then in between the hours of 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., my time, whatever time that is where you are, if you're on European time, I don't know, you're like plus 8, 9, 10. You're in the far into the future. It's almost tomorrow. Between 1 hour after the stream starts, you go and you say, I want to be on the giveaway. And the guy who is charting that for the day will say, okay. And then he'll put you on the board. Then you're registered for the giveaway. We do a new wheel of names every giveaway day. That's how we do that. P-clamp. I guess that makes sense. It does look like a P. More 105s. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Friday. I'm doing better now. I thank God that we have a place to come and hang out and get some relief from the worries and stresses of current times. And capitalize current. Yeah. What, no giveaway? I'm out of here. I can dig it. I'm glad I'm not the only one that puts off welding until it's nice and hot outside. Yeah. Guilty. Absolutely guilty. Also, there is upsides, downsides to being more regimented and scheduling myself, because there'll be something that I want to work on, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should work on that. And then I look at what's on the board, and I'm like, well, unless you want to boot some stuff and start moving things around on the schedule, you're not doing that till Thursday after next. And then I'm like, that's fine. Life may be short, but it ain't that short. Have you ever been stopped from driving your RCs by the cops Took Landy for a drive earlier and got stopped and turned back by police. Road closed to recover a body. Well, I mean, that's not really stopped by the cops. Like if there hadn't been a body there, then they'd be like, and the answer is no. No. The most we've gotten ever is, that's cool. That thing's pretty cool. Look at that. Look at that thing you got there. Yeah, we don't. This is the desert. We are as close to nowhere as one can conceivably get. We have had zero. I have had in the wild 0 interactions with anyone in a position of power or authority. No cops, no security guards, no nothing. Because people see an old dude walking around with a tiny toy car that goes slow, and they don't even register. They don't even see it. Was there a second part? Yes. It came from the Workbench, volume 4. There we go. It came from the Workbench, volume 4, episode 2. It was a couple weeks ago at this point. And there should be a 3rd episode before it mails out. I know I had told Mr. Turner that it would be I'm like, this thing will probably be shipping out before you even see this. I grossly overestimated how fast I would get stuff done. What is the future for the Punks build? I don't know. I think that, like many things, it's been sitting on a skid since it filmed its episode. Like, I don't know what else there is to do. I did place another order from Punks for more stuff. I'll do this instead. I am not the most on top of it. Thank you, Meowden, for the 5. I am not the fastest, right? If something gets dropped off here to get worked on or built as part of a series or something, it might be here for a long while. Stuff has been here for a long while. And you got to be in the mood, right? That's the thing. Sometimes I'm not in the mood to work on a thing. Mr. Hurley's build that we do not speak of was here for like a full year. And then I did like cramming for the test, and I finished it over the course of like 3 days. That's sometimes that's how it goes. So I don't consider myself to be in a position to assault individuals or organizations for promptness of shipping. But those of you who have been here before, you might remember I placed an order with Boom Racing, from Boom Racing directly, on the 26th of April. About a week later, I would say around 7 days later, they sent me an email saying one of the items was out of stock with no estimated date of restock. And I was like, okay, so they're just going to ship it without it, I guess. Fast forward another week, I get another email from them saying the exact same thing as the first one. So it might be automatically generated. So they just send it and then they send it again. So I email them back through the contact form. By the way, I didn't mention, I emailed them like 4 times. Like responding to that email, I had to go to the contact form. I go to the contact form and I'm saying, can I just pay extra to get the extra pieces and I will assemble the axle that I want on my own? And they were like, yeah, we'll send you a payment link. And that was an additional like $50. So I've already waited 2 weeks, and then I offered to pay an additional $50 so that I could get my stuff shipped to me instead of just waiting forever. So I send them the $50, and then I hear nothing. Absolutely nothing. It is now the 5th of June. No idea. They printed a label in Mesa, Arizona for when the axle makes it from Hong Kong to Arizona. Then it'll get repackaged and relabeled and sent to me. They printed that label on the 12th of May. May 12th. So, getting from Hong Kong to the United States has apparently taken at least 24 days, with more days yet still to go. I will be absolutely astonished if I receive anything from Boom Racing before I get paid again. I get paid by Google on the 21st of every month. I spent my April paycheck, part of my April paycheck, to buy the axles. May went by. June is coming up. They've got 2.5 weeks. It will be over 2 full months by the time they send it. It'll be over 8 weeks by the time they get it to you. So, awesome. You know? And perhaps there is something lost in translation, whatever it might be. But my God, they are not just unapologetic. They don't even acknowledge that it's been 6 weeks. 6 weeks now. I think as of right now, it's been 6 weeks since I placed my order. They don't even acknowledge that it has happened. They're just like, well, just kindly wait for the arrival from Hong Kong, and then it'll get shipped to you. And I'm like, yeah, paid extra to wait 2 months? Yeah. I only paid $50 extra to get the part. And it's been in my shipment tracking since May 12th. And it just says, and it just sits there, and it says, shipment info received. That's it. I don't know how to drink right. Could be worse. Waited 6 weeks for a gearbox. Got email and a full refund as they ceased production and ran out before they got to my order. That's awesome. Tell them they have dishonored their father's name. It's not far from the truth, is it? Someone asked up above, oh, what is the giveaway on the 12th? Well, it's a choose your own adventure. I built 2 virtually identical stanks. Tall stank and short stank. Portal, straight. Otherwise, really made the effort. I mean, why can I not get the same set of wheels twice? They were equally annoying to assemble, but these are definitely silver, and these are definitely not. We're calling it. We're calling it. It's close enough. But wait, there's more. The hot racing radios are identical radios that came fitted with identical receivers, but not. How many antenna? How many antenna? Okay. F08A from Hot RC. How many antenna? Just the one. Just the one. Yes, it was like 2 years between ordering one and the other. But 2 antennas? 1 antenna. I didn't even notice it until I'm amazed that ordering 2 GX 40 kgs, I'm amazed that they're actually the same. Can you mismatch them on the front? Just scramble all of the 8 wheels together and just mix and match them. Is it absolutely necessary to install the portal gears inside the L6XU if I want to use portals? No. No. Not at all. I've never changed that gear in a and the gear is actually just to reverse rotation. That's all it does. It just moves it over to the other side, so because portals will make the axles rotate the opposite direction. It's too bad that we can't go into our motors and reverse rotation, because we can. If you have an outrunner or a brush motor, you literally just switch the wires around, and now the motor's rotating in the opposite direction. It's not a race car. If any of us are running motors that are timed, I'm not one of us that's doing that. So, y'all are here. There's 145 yens. Can a rig just be donated, or does it have to be an RTR to the military thing? I don't think it. I think they take rigs. I've donated two. I've donated a couple of them before. These just happen to be RTRs, and we'll do it this way. Okay, you can choose your champion, whichever one you think you like more. We'll make them appear as if by magic. Yeah, yeah, exactly. 2 silver on one side, 2 titanium on the other. You can't see both sides at the same time. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. Okay, so I asked the kid, what do you want to do? I have an axial bomber. Is it worth the time to swap in some Mias portals? Like Capra portals? Won't that be significantly narrower than an AR-60? Like 3/4 of an inch? The two, so the way, so the way this will go is both of these will be on the bench next Friday. And the winner chosen by the wheel will pick one. And the other one will go to Operation 11 Charlie. That's how it's going to work. So, we have the straight axle, and we have the portal axle. The kid went very Operation 11 Charlie is going to auction off your stank and use the proceeds to buy a soldier a stance. So they went all the way in on the Frosty guy. We've got a little bear and some snowmen on there, and this one I told the kid that all I can see is the Godsmack logo, even though it's not explicitly the Godsmack logo. I think the little roof tribal is giving Godsmack, and I'm tripling down on the duplicolor. No, I don't want to get it wrong. If you are going to clear a body, did I leave it outside? Okay. Rust-Oleum, Painter's Touch, 2X, Ultra Cover Matte Clear. Focus. This is my clear. I don't remember where I bought it. The next time I see this can, I'm buying a case. Okay? This is my clear. The Krylon Max Clear was my favorite. This is my new favorite, and here's why. Because when you go over the decals, it seals the decals in so well that you can't. It looks like we used that one's got a little poochie on the edge. It looks like we used water slip. Like it just. Oh, look at the door handles. It's the best. It's the best. I'm going to take a picture of it and put it on my phone. My goal today, after getting a coffee drink, I want to stop at the Home Depot because I've ran out of Max Flex Silver and Max Flex Black. So, you know what? I think the blue goes better with the wheels with the silver. Yeah, I like that. And then I think this guy goes with the darker centers. Yeah. Yeah. I like that better. I like that better. So those are the guys. Somebody here takes one of them home, and then he needs to learn how to do it all in reverse so he can paint them on the inside. I'm not going to say that this has happened, but we have done our first one that's painted on the inside. Yeah, Heat Miser and Cold Miser. The Max Flex Clear is pretty good. It's not as good as this. It just lays that, like, look how matte that is. There's no real high shine points. It's got an excellent matte to it, and it lays down. It's so good. It's so good. It's not the mattest. That still goes. Tester's Dull Coat is still the mattest, and PS 55, 58, the Tamiya one, which the cost is insane. It's insane. This is like $7 a can. I've already done like 10 bodies with this, and the kid does their work. Look at the work on the mountains. The kid does their work, and then I mat it, and then the decals go on, and then I mat it again. Look how matte that is down the side. So each one of these has like 3 coats of matte on it, and this is still a half full can. I have most likely bought my last can of PS55. It's just in $11. I don't even remember if PS55 is 100 mils. I think it's an 85 mil can. Is it a 100 mil can or is it an 85 mil can? Either way, this is a 340. The only shame is they don't tall boy it. Rust-Oleum loves a tall boy. They should tall boy their matte clear. I would have a whole thing set up just for tall boy matte clears. And I have tried a great many matte clears, I tell you what. What? Tell you what. So we're finally gonna do a thing. Hey all, sorry, unwell. Unwell. The British, man. You guys. You guys. Do they have a gloss clear? I don't know if that'd help my trail truck. It's got a ton of scratches and could use freshening up. Any clear coat over the top will make the scratches less pronounced. So if you want gloss, the problem with gloss is gloss on the outside isn't going to look super glossy. There are plenty of gloss clears out there. This was auditioned from the Crawler Canyon Discord. After mentioning Create Text videos, the price went up 20%. I'm sure that the Duplicolor comes in every gloss, but you don't want to use that just directly over top of Lexan. You would want, like, if the Glidden makes gloss clear. Because the regular clear, this is over paint. The regular clear won't stick to polycarbonate. Because auditioned from the Crawler Canyon Discord, this is that stuff. The stuff they make inserts out of. Look at that. To stop. This is to stop nuts. This is to stop gravel and whatnot, because the slots don't get covered all the way, and I was noticing that gravel was making its way in there. So I asked if someone could make me these, and MKRC Builds did. TPU, that's what it's called. I knew it would be fun to install. And it is. Very fun. I just got into crawling at the start of the year and my coyote body is completely thrashed. Is it normal or am I reckless? The first part of that sentence or question is an answer to the second part of your sentence. When I first started, I would beat a body to death in reasonably short order. I also used to strip out servo horns like they were going out of style. And now, if I stop and think about it, I can't remember the last time I stripped out a servo horn. So as you do this more, you will break less stuff. So think of that first body as your trainer. And the beauty of it is you can just replace it with an identical body. Just slap the little clipless right on there and off you go. Come on. Right in the grease. Right in the grease. That spacer could also be useful when the motor shaft is slightly too long. Oh, that's an outrunner problem. Especially with little flat boys like OD3s, Nod 2s and stuff. It will just, you'll be like, woo, sounds really grindy. Because it is. The snout of the outrunner is pressed into the output gear. Is your elite still heating up? I went on a 3-mile trail run last evening and my motor was just warm and it was on 4S. Yeah, it got really warm that one go. And then the next trip out, didn't get warm at all. Salty Egg makes a valid point too. If you're self-writing, that is going to drastically shorten the lifespan of any body. Oh, I did. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I got this tightened down off center. Sorry, I gotta put. Remember these guys? I gotta put them away. They're taking up too much room on the bench. So there's like 3 other vehicles mid-paint right now. What did I do? I don't think this thing was rotated correctly. And I think I was like, I'll just throw some screws in it. It'll just knock it down. There it goes, I think. Seriously broken rigs over the last 3 years. Snapped a Defender in half when it fell off of a cliff onto rocks about 25 feet below. See, what I did is I built in a situation where that is physically impossible. You can't fall more than 6 feet out here. I've heard too many tales of people falling into ravines. That played on Discord. It should be. MKRC is on there. Best starter class 1 chassis. Cheap Amazon carbon fiber? Yeah, probably. The only parts I've broken so far are a couple link ends. I will do that. I've broken everything. I am the reason why they raise insurance even though you haven't had anything happen. Because other people have. Because the more you do something, statistically, the higher chance something bad is going to happen. I am living proof. Oh, man. I'm going to have to modify that. If there is something that can be broken How would I search for a big block motor? Search for NHX Momentum. The NHX Momentum is the only one that regularly shows up on Amazon. I want to modify this little, Traxxas has those little skid plate things. I want to modify this one. I have to round out the holes, and I want to mount that guy right up like that. How am I going to have to re-drill this? Yes, I'm going to have to re-drill this, but I want to mount that guy right up there because this particular guy right here, God, does he love to eat weeds and sticks and branches and rocks and everything else. So if we can slap something on here which will stop him from eating tumbleweeds. See, that's nice. It's up out of the way. None of the holes in that, well, I mean, this is for a TRX4. None of the holes in there line up remotely. As long as it clears that servo horn, and it does. How much does that turn? Yeah, I just got to notch it. Rolled my TRX4 down a 40-foot bank, hitting everything on its way down. Horrible noises, just bent 2 alloy bumpers. Let's see, that's a TRX4. Work's over, heading home. We'll be here. We'll be here. I'm actually putting things away. This is going to be the fastest cleanup ever. Man, I really did stick my hand right in that grease. Full-blown grease. It is the cucumber crawler indeed. Is it wrong that when you said cucumber crawler, I heard it in Riff Raff's voice? Because cucumber crawler sounds like something Riff Raff would say. I'm being so organized. This is very out of character. That's a nice brush guard. Who makes it? It comes in one of those like TRX4 skid plate sets that has the like little under chassis. I seem to remember buying it because it had guards that go under the chassis sides, under the sliders, and I thought that would look cool. And I mean, it kind of did. Is it effective? Probably, probably not. But the little brush guard thing could come in handy. Should I get brass or new bearings? For what? Oh, just picked up a used TRX4 with locking diffs and a 2-speed. Ooh. See, that's tough. Because you have to treat any used vehicle as if it was owned by a psychopath. So replacing the bearings, at least the outer ones. Now, there's no reason you couldn't get both. Because on Amazon, a full set of bearings for the TRX4, well, I can find out. TRX4 bearing kit. You can get a full set of bearings for the TRX4 for $15. 39-piece bearing set for $15. So based on that, I would say both. And I'll tell you this. I'll offer you this. I have bought bearings of all of the different price ranges, and if there's a difference, we like to buy Avid. Avid makes a nice bearing. You get it at Revolutions for $1 each. But there is a convenience to Amazon. They'll get you them bearings right now. patrol a big area with tons of cliffs and elevation. One guy's buggy fell off a 40-foot cliff. The entire thing disintegrated. I hope to never fall that far. We're trying everybody's favorite, the Sendero, but the two-piece Sendero. I'm going to see if it makes it better or worse, because the two-piece Sendero, the back here is solid all the way down, except for this little beep, boop, boop, and then that bolts to the bed. So will this be stronger? I say just drive it until something actually breaks. That's not good TRX4 advice. Because you could have multiple bearings that are in really bad shape. And a TRX4 will go, I don't care! And it will just keep going. Not just TRX4s. The Element that was just on the bench had completely disintegrated a bushing. The inner pinion bushing on the front axle, the pinion was being pulled back by the drive shaft and had eaten its way about halfway into the bushing. It used to be up here. Did I knock it down? I kept that bushing for posterity, and I've already lost it. And it just kept going. Now, the motor got hotter and hotter and hotter, but it just kept running. I want to fall off a 40-foot cliff. Not high enough, Mr. Hurley. Not high enough. Always take that into account. You want to go at least a minimum of 100 feet. Minimum of 100 feet. Because 100 feet, this is not advice. This is just general observations. Anything under 100 feet might not kill you. You might live. But you'll be real bad. So, what am I doing? I'm like over here, like trying to untie a knot. How much do I like Loosey 40? How many times have I forgotten to order Loosey 40 as I've got that much left? So this was my punishment. Yeah, got to reach terminal velocity. That's right. And just remember, 6 feet ain't so far down. Hold me now. A previous iteration of Dora went off a 50-foot cliff. Rails bent a shock, trashed the body, broke a few rod ends. Amazingly, none of the axles bent. Maybe I want to limp away? Oh, well then just go 12 to 20 feet. Just jump off the roof of the house. I mean, you could end up with a limp, but you know. You know, everybody has a different flavor, you know. My personal is, you know, you're having that day. You're having that day. Like what Mr. Hurley is apparently having this week. Right? You have one of those. And I just think quietly to myself. So I'm just talking to myself right now. I'm only talking to myself. This is not advice by a physician or anything else. This is just me talking to myself. I've often thought, man, what if I just walked into the ocean right now? Wouldn't that be great? The water would be cool. I'd just walk into the ocean. And then if you get far enough out, it doesn't matter if you change your mind. Because you're in the ocean now. Some stupid idiots in a boat would probably come and pull me out of the water. Oh, I got a second one. That's right. I'm late. Can you get me on the wheel, please? Look, we don't do a giveaway every single week. I would try, but I have to stop myself. As it is, we'll have had 4 giveaways in 2 months. I feel like that's probably too many. I don't see how I don't see it as sustainable. It's been one of those years, Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. They say you watch those shows, again, I'm not talking about anything specifically. I'm just talking about things that I've seen in other places. They're like, everybody changes their mind. I'm like, do they? Not the ones who made it. So, Mr. Hurley, what I'm saying is, I understand the dark times, right? We've all gone to the dark place. Then you got to remember, that is the final answer, man. You can't find out if that alternative is a better one. I finally gave in. They were on sale. If you bought the blue ones, they were on sale. When I bought the Biddy Design magnetic body post marker kit, I wasn't paying my attention. And I set it down, and the two magnets flew at each other and cracked this one in half. So it's a little donut. Cracked it in half because you put your pen through it. That's how it works. And the way to replace that magnet is to buy the whole set again. So I just did that. I rarely need to use it. But man, when you have to use it, boy, does it come in handy. What do we got? 93s. I got two 93s, two 96s, and I think I got a 17 and a 16. A 16 and a 17. That is correct. That is correct. We can put those to use right about now. Anybody that orders stuff from the toy store, you know, the hobby store, most of it this is the only thing that is not just replenishing stock. I already have 20 unpainted bodies. Tuned in at the perfect time for unaliving advice. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about walking into the ocean. If I convert a VFD spec on a carbon to the stubby kit, can I keep the servo mounted on the axle, or do I have to use the BTA mount? There's nothing making you use the BTA mount. No, you can absolutely use the servo on the axle. As a matter of fact, most people running the stubby kit are running it in a situation where they can't use the BTA. If you're using anything skid forward, Zoku FF, Brazen Frontline, any of those, you can't do BTA because they move the whole gearbox like 20 millimeters forward. So you have to run the SOA mount and the stubby. Yeah, the stubby kit, only stubby if your chassis requires it. That's my advice. A VFD is a perfect vessel for a Fusion. Put a Pro or an Elite in it. It gets the weight way down and pretty forward. No matter what you do, if you stubby it and put an Outrunner, your CG is going to go up. It just is. Now, that is based on no other changes. It's going on the ZRD rails. So why the stubby? What is your motivation to stubby? Do you have anything good to say about RC screws, stainless steel screws? I don't have anything negative to say about any of the people who prepackage screws. Traxxas RC screws. I know there's a handful of other brands out there, because what they are is convenient. They are not the cheapest way to do it by a long shot, but they are very convenient. I bought the Traxxas stainless kit to do the wife's G-Wagon, and I would do it again because it is incredibly convenient. You don't have to dig. Every screw is in there. They're all going to be pretty much the same. It's stainless, so it's not going to be as hardy as alloy, but it is going to be far more rust resistant. Going for lower weight using a censored Three Brothers black jacket. All right, I mean, if you're already going to an Outrunner, you might as well stubby it. The VFD is not a great choice to save weight. Something like a Nod 2 or an OD3 is going to be 100 grams lighter. Especially, did you mention VFD spec? Yeah, so a spec VFD, something like an OD3 or a Nod 2 is going to be 100 grams lighter. And have the motor nearly as low. So I put a stubby in one thing that didn't need it. And that was the one that established to me that it just, like, if you're trying to save weight, don't start with a VFD. A VFD is going to add weight. Switch gearboxes. If you really want to, I still say a VFD with a fusion in it. It's heavy, but the weight is in a good place. So, what did I miss about? My year's been shitty. House burned down to nothing, and we were living with the mother-in-law to take care of her, and she's still going back and forth with insurance. So y'all are my RC time right now. Oof. I'm treading water, is what it feels like. In what rig are you using the Black Jacket Hyper combo? I am running that in the Muzzard, the ZRD Mullet. The bench is clear. It's clear. So, this is one of those instances where I could very well be SOA. We don't need to be BTA with the half height and stubby, but it is a Black Jacket with a Hyper Apex. Oh, look, there's a battery in there. It's a 13400 4S. Let's see how much is in it. 82%. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, when we installed the mulletizer would have been the last time that this guy did anything. So this is not light. This is not light. If you compare this to something like the Punks or any of the lightweight VRD, ZRD chassis that I've used, this thing is a porker by comparison. This guy's got to be like a 6-pounder. It is really good. Have you checked on the FlySky G11P battery at all? Oof. No, I haven't. That's a good call, though. I didn't even take the handle off. I just put it on a shelf. It looks good. Battery's still full up. It's a nice radio. You know, it's a nice radio. And here's the thing. Shutting down. To answer a couple people, someone asked if I was going to do this or that or this or that. And I was like, no, because I don't need that to do. Just look at the amount of stuff on it. It's got bells, it's got whistles, it's got all sorts of zings. Does that have a notch in the center? If it does, I can't feel it. I don't need it. You know, there are radios here that are purely here to be tested for testing purposes. Yes, the TRX6 lights are right down here in the scale items box. Yes. Yeah, the All Vanquish mullet is ridiculous. Like you can do it so much easier for less money. But it was unavoidable. I wanted to build that thing, so I built that thing. Pay no attention to this. None. Just pretend that it's not happening. Because none of the videos are out yet. They're up, but they're not out. So So just pretend that you don't see anything that's happening right now. We'll just do it that way. I would say that fly sky is for the person that doesn't want to spend all the money on a noble. I'm not going to classify that as inaccurate. Can we send Betty to Matt Ezekiel? 100%. 100%. Big Zeke's RC. There's absolutely no rush. It will probably be... I can do it within 2 weeks. Oh, no, this one should have a battery on it. I was just working on this one. And thank you, Mr. Turner, for the 20. Hey, California Shine got hit again. I know that guy. Matthew, Big Zeke, I've got a little bit of work to do, but I can absolutely do that. Yeah, for sure. Easily done. What are you looking at? Nothing. This is nothing. Not even here. Nothing to see here. This is just that. This is the easiest way to keep, to get to the spur gear, basically. I just put all this stuff together, too. Thanks for the membership. What is Betty? So Betty has very little cleanup work that being done. This is Miata Commuter's take on a Crawler Canyon Class 1.5, but they found it too easy to drive, so they sent it here for me to give away, and they have requested that I send it to you, which I would do happily. It's like my screen just went blank. I can't see a thing. Perfect. I've got to re-grease and figure out a way to quiet down the Gold Rush transfer case, replace the skid on another rig, and do a few maintenance stuff to others, but I build at work and it's been too busy. Yeah. Yeah, no Year of the Horse here. No Desert Lizards here. I don't even remember the schedule. Oh, man. Hold on. Hold on. Let me tell you what you're supposed to be looking at. Okay, so the Betty episode was Touristas 13, which was on Monday, right? And then we had Wheel on Wednesday. So we had the giveaway, the double giveaways, the ones that are now painted. Then we've got a couple of quick views coming up. A couple ghost rides. Oh yeah. Due to scheduling, the episode with this in it, the ghost ride of this isn't for 9 days. So there's a ghost. So basically, okay. Basically, I built 5 rigs in the span of 2 weeks. This is not sustainable. So this is one of the rigs that I has not been built. You don't see this. It's not here. Okay, we can just swing that out of the way again. So pay no attention to this one. I just need to change the gearing on it real quick. Yeah. The episode right before Wheel on Wednesday. While catching on previous live streams, notice you gave away 2 Furetech Python X's. I also had the issue of the EXC cutting out and resetting, especially when punching it. Corrosion of confidence, man. Corrosion of confidence is really real. And I had enough of them do it that finally one of the giveaway rigs, one of the ones that's going to Operation 11 Charlie, has the other one. The lizard? Not the python. Yeah, the lizard. It has a Furetech lizard. I've never had any issues with the lizard. The lizard has never really given me trouble. At the same time, I will be absolutely content if the only Furetech here is the Unity 2-in-1 that is in Rainbird, and that it won't come. It won't clear it. It won't clear it. And that one gets hot, hotter than it should. I shouldn't wait. Oh, boy, that was not tight. So the nut is like a fraction of a millimeter bigger than the spur. I think it's 96. A 66 tooth, 32 pitch gear is big. Same issue with Python. It got stupid hot, returned it, and got a 9 on instead and had 0 since. Yeah. Yeah, see, a 96. I don't want to explain gear pitches to people because I don't want to seem like I'm talking to everyone like they're 5. But to those unaware, while everyone poo-poos how Americans do things with gears, because we use pitch and not module. 32 pitch and 48 pitch. 32 pitch just has 50% less teeth than 48 pitch. 64 pitch has double the number of teeth as 32 pitch. So if this is a 66, to get the exact same gear in 48 pitch, you'd want a 99. You'd want 50% more teeth. We can get a 96. So I can try to approximate the same exact gearing. So we were on 1166. That's probably 6-1, is it not? Which would just be a 16. 1696 would be 6-1. So that's why we're going to a 17. Because he feels a little... Well, the thing that you don't see, what's not happening right now, feels a little slow. I solved the cutting out issue by turning off overcurrent protection in the app. Oh! Hot tip for all of you Furetech owners that are fighting furiously with your Furetechs, potentially turn off overcurrent protection. When that episode comes up, that is Monday? The 8th. That's Monday. Well, that's a whole different thing. I know stainless isn't as hardy, but could a person actually shear off a screw with just trailing or rock crawling? Yes, I've done it. It's usually little guys like that come in. Like imagine you use your imagination. Here's what you do. Imagine you get this wheel bound up real good, and it pulls on one of these uppers real good. Yeah, you can just pop the head off of a bolt. Under normal, conservative, concerned operation, no, stainless will be absolutely fine. I mean, as a matter of fact, all of the trail... What does that feel? I might have to put some pixies in that to see how I feel about it. Now I remember why I bought a 17 and an 18. What knuckles are those gold bits? Those may or may not be the voodoo knuckles for... Well, that's gone forever. For Wizard Axel. Maybe. I can't say for certain. They are wildly expensive, and they are something that I don't like to buy. But to the best of my knowledge, they're the only knuckle that fits a Wizard Axel. So here we are. Good. We can adjust the gearing a little bit. I'm still nervously waiting for the approach of Anime Expo and trying to stay ahead on content. It's sort of working. I think I'm pushing full up. I think. Okay, that might. Oh, I don't know. That feels really good. 1796. If you do a 48 pitch conversion on your Wizard, I think 17 is as small as you can go on the pinion with 96. And Eddie, I've been trying to go crawl with Southeast Crawlers for a while, maybe on TikTok. Oh, hey. Yeah, I can get it out to you probably the week after the giveaway. So following next week's live stream, I should be able to get it out. What are you doing to that poor wizard? I don't see any wizards. Do you have any experience with the Castle of Copperhead? Castle has never, nor presumably will they ever, make any products specifically for rock crawlers. They make stuff that goes absolutely fine in your Go Fast, your Basher, your speed run car, your whatever, but they've never made anything that goes in a crawler. So if you're asking about how to make one better, that is a series of question marks. Couldn't tell you. I have no castle in any crawler here. I run Hobby Wing Fusion Elites and 3 rigs on 4S, and I love it. I've come around to the Elite. Initially, I was like, the Elite, but why? I mean, it's certainly not a for every application thing. Is there an unboxing? You missed it. I unboxed the box that had all of these spur gears and shock oil and other gewgaws and doodads. Oh my goodness. I didn't even remember explicitly what I have to do to this, but I know it's not much. I know there's, yeah. I'll try. Castle makes things that go fast or catch fire, hence the Castle Cremations tag. Yeah. I'm eating a bowl of vanilla ice cream that doesn't suck. Cheers, Mr. Hurley. Yeah, Mr. Hurley has the hot take of all hot takes that ice cream sucks. That's a wild statement. Radio. So yeah, this is just a guide that's here. This is nothing to see. Nothing to worry about. I could do a little bit of tuning on that Rhino. But, see, that motor, I'm pointing like this. There's a real tip-in What's an inexpensive rear straight axle for a two-wheel drive build? Ooh. The thing is, all of these things, all of the axles that we're working with are so clearly designed for four-wheel drive that the ring and pinions are genuinely too small for two-wheel drive use. Like, they're not designed to handle that kind of high-speed stuff. So I'm not really going to be of much help. It's perfectly fine at a certain level of throttle input. I shouldn't be able to make it do that. I say in the episode that you haven't seen because none of this exists. I say in that episode that there's a Hobby Wing 1700 in there because I wanted to try it. I don't know. I haven't gotten into the settings of that Rhino because it's a bit of a pain. It's a bit of a pain. It had the best fitment of the available controllers that I had. I don't think this guy's in his final form. I don't think he's in his final form. But he's real quiet now. There it is. You like that? You like that? The Hobby Wing, not unlike many of the Rhinos, has a real harmonic phase. Something about the design of the can. Because the Secures don't do it. The Gotex don't do it. There's a lot of 3625s and 3632s that don't do it, but I think that mesh might even be a little tight. It is. That mesh is a little tight. Would a full VS410 chassis minus skid work with a Stealth X skid plus TRX4 axles? Allow me to answer that by saying oh yeah. Yeah, that mesh was too tight. Allow me to answer that thusly. So a TRX4 axle is going to actually move the pumpkin over a little bit more than a VS410 than a Vanquish. Is there still a pin in here? There's still a pin in here? Yes. VS410 with a stealth in it. Now, a VFD, 100%. Yeah, this is there it is. That is the Vanquish 3-gear skid. So yeah, you gotta remember, Vanquish sold a VS410 with a 3-gear in it. That was the original Ultra. Something. You get the big hole, you get the big opening. There's just nothing. But yeah, you can absolutely put a Stealth in a VS410, and then you should have no problem at all with TRX4 axles. The only difference will be whatever links. If your VS410 comes with links, those links ain't gonna fit with TRX4 axles. The link mounting positions there is nothing in common between a TRX4 axle and an F10. But yeah, you can put whatever axle on or whatever you want, pretty much. This is another Operation 11 Charlie one. I should make a front pin, and if I can remember to do it, I will. I don't like to send them with these. Yeah, Stealth X plus TRX4 is all the reduction. How much reduction do you want? Yes, it's that amount of reduction. These were the incorrect DJX wheels that they sent me. I ordered the ones that don't have beadlock rings. They're like $20. And then they sent me these. And I was like, I just don't feel like it. So I didn't even disassemble them. I just hit them with Easy Off and a brass brush and brushed all the anodization out. These wheels used to be green with black rings on them, as you can tell by the fact that they're silver with silver. Well, with the one denim blue ring on there. That one's a little... No. That's the only one that stayed blue. Probably not anodized at the same time by the same people. Yeah, so there's, stuff. Is there such a thing as too much reduction? As like anything else, there will absolutely be a point of diminishing returns where you have so much reduction that now you're going to have parasitic loss. You're going to have mechanical loss from the drag of all the gears. As evidenced by things that have portals sitting next to something that doesn't. If all, like the two, like Fire and Ice over there, like Frost and Fire over there. One has 8 more gears in it than the other one because it has 4 portals on it. I could have built... No, I couldn't have. I could have built 2 mullets. Could have flipped the pumpkins upside, turn numbers upside down, done it all wrong. Just be wrong about it. I don't think there was anything. I mean, it needs a cleanup. It needs a cleanup, but that's does not need much. I didn't have any issues with this at all. Shocks feel good. It drove nice. Is that a metal spur gear? No. Could use a little attention to a bearing or two, maybe. A little wiggly wobbly. You know what? It might be all right. If I can find the radio. I found it. Fighting the urge for a second bowl. Never fight that urge. Just have the second bowl of ice cream, man. Can you forward Big Zeke's info to me so I can send him a charger and battery? Will do. You can probably... Well, no, it'd be easier. I was going to say I could put batteries in with it, but with the way shipping companies are, it would be easier on everyone to just order batteries from Amazon and have them dropped off. I moved my batteries today, and I just spun around like a dog. I did the dog spin. Give me 2200. Give me 2200. Oh yeah, that's the thing. That hobby wing, that's not. I do need to go into the programming to make myself feel better. I need to go into the programming on the Rhino. Also, I would have sent 3S with it, and I think this is supposed to run on 4S. Oh, that trim is... I guess we should... Yeah, this is definitely the one I set up. Name... Are you you going to test the new LCG chassis for Element? Well, let me tell you something. That guy, you know who I'm talking about, right? Betty! That guy dropped this off a couple weeks ago now. And then he said, hold on, I need you to send you the links and a couple of the, there's a couple of pieces I want to reprint for you. And then I'm still waiting. So yeah, at some point, I got axles for it and everything. At some point, I will build that. If you have a charger, you want to get rid of it. I think I got rid of all the chargers. I gave that the last charger was the single channel Genzays that went to somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. If I had another charger, I would put it in the box, but I don't think that I do. That Rhino should be this smooth. And the fact that it's chugging is either the Rhino or it's the Hobby Wing. I don't know which it is. We're going to find out, though. Why so much trim? Why so much trim? That's because I trimmed it too much. I went too far. Can somebody hold this for me so that it doesn't tip over? Perfect. Nothing could go wrong. My guess it's the Rhino. It probably is. Right there. Okay, it is confirmed. I had correctly set the endpoints. Don't. I'm amazed as well. Has that guy sorted the TRX4 chassis he was working on too yet? No. No, I asked him about that too. It must be terrible to have, like, responsibilities. But I can't eat ice cream or chocolate anymore. That's rough. Well, we don't all scream for ice cream because we know that Mr. Hurley does not scream for the ice cream. He screams against the ice cream, which is, I mean, let's be honest about it. That's crazy. That's just crazy. It's like the old nobody doesn't like Sarah Lee, which is a weird ad slogan, and I don't think anyone will argue. But we could find a guy. Mr. Hurley probably doesn't like it. Now I feel random motivations. Easiest giveaway yet. Me on a commuter was like, hey, send that to that guy. And I was like, you got it. And so it was. we're doing the quickest and the dirtiest. We don't even take anything apart. Next time anyone has a bowl of ice cream, raise the bowl and toast Mr. Hurley. You know what? If rage against the ice cream. If you're having a hard day, Mr. Hurley, just have some ice cream. Maybe your mind will be changed. Maybe it will be a transformative experience. Maybe it won't. I'm willing to acknowledge. But at least once a year, I check to see if I still don't like red onions. And I'm happy / sad to report, boy, do I still not like them. I still do not like red onions at all. I like every other onion. I'm just eating ice cream out of the carton. Hell yeah. My kid gives me the business. Okay, when the ice cream gets all the way down to the bottom, when there's only like that inch of ice cream in the bottom of the carton, I just take a pair of scissors and I cut the top of the carton off and I just eat it out of the bottom of the carton. And the kid is like, "You're a savage." And I'm like, "How am I a savage? This is just milkshakes suck too? You shut your mouth." Now we have to acknowledge, this man can't see purple, and he has been blown up at least once. Oh yeah, Loctiting the hub extenders. That one came off really easy. No, we're definitely going to Loctite those. It's not even, you know what? It's not even that bad. It's dusty. But like, I've had some dirty ones come through here. This ain't bad at all. I don't remember what set it came in, but okay, so I've had pickled. That's okay. All I'm guessing is that the pickling what is that giant chunk? Wax. I'm guessing that the pickling takes a lot of that acid away, because green onions just ruin everything they touch. I like a scallion. I like a white onion, yellow onion, green onion. Well, and then the other end of it is the thing that I know that I can't have. I still tempt fate every once in a while. Beans. My buddy asked the other day, why isn't there a grape pledge cleaner? Well, I mean, I think the number one answer to that is that a lot of times, I don't know if this one actually does, a lot of the times they will have the actual oil in it. They will have orange oil. I don't think there is a grape seed oil, I guess. That's kind of wobbly. But it is quiet. So, like, is that a wobbly that we even need to worry about? Sometimes we grip it, rip it. It ain't a problem until it's a problem. And if it doesn't look like it's an immediate problem, we can cast it over to being somebody else's problem. And that's kind of the best place to be. Is it not? We'll clean it up. Good as used, you know? How many years have you been using Pledge to clean your rigs? We would clean the Oh. Got to be coming up on like 30. Because I remember at the track, guys, and this is the full-size track. This isn't the RC track. I remember guys spraying WD-40 on the quarter panels so that rubber wouldn't stick to it, right? And I was like, I wonder if we could use Pledge like that so that the bodies and everything wouldn't get as mucky as fast. And then I tried the Pledge, and as you've seen, I haven't used anything on this other than Pledge, and I won't use anything on this. Pledge and a little bit of mechanical agitation. It is a lot easier to do nooks and crannies when it's disassembled, but then you have the time invested of disassembling it when just clean it assembled. And then we'll hit it with a little bit of fresh wax, a little bit of fresh dry slide. We'll be good to go. Pleasure, Mr. Sheen works to keep shiny rigs nice, but I don't bother polishing up the trail rigs. They get a wash when it rains. Woof. Yeah, everything in this building causes cancer. I can't recall if I've already asked, but have you sussed out Bruce's lack of steering? It's his steering servo pushing the whole axle to one side. And the problem is, I don't remember where I spoke about this. The problem is, when I converted those knockoff F10Ts over to Leafs, I cut all of the, like I cut the panhard mount off. I cut all those mounts off because what was I going to use them for? And now we find out. I would have needed them to reattach a panhard bar. But you don't need a panhard bar with Leafs until you do. Oh, you know what? I'm going to carry Bruce over here in a minute because someone said, what if his Leaf shackles have gotten sloppy? I just remembered that now. It might he might be a 5-minute fix. We don't know. Maybe his shackles, maybe he's got floppy shackles. Floppy shackles would honestly be a best case scenario because I could fix that very quickly. Well, I could fix that reasonably quickly, barring having to fabricate anything. If I have to make new, whatever they call that piece that goes inside the end of the leaf, the main leaf, whatever they call that thing, if I have to make new ones of those, so be it. Yeah. It's more wobbly than I like it, but it's 32 pitch, so I don't think it's going to be the end, you know? You know? Sometimes good enough is just enough. It's a very leaf shackles may have turned into ice cream. They're just called bushings. That's not fun. Should have a name. Should have something. Should be something obscure. Like you want it to be something that if you mention it in mixed company, that being people that don't know anything about tiny toy cars or tiny toy cars in general. Floppy Shackles is not a good band name. I don't know. Because somebody right above, who says Sloppy Shackles? Loosey Goosey? Oh. Loosey Goosey and the Floppy Shackles? I don't know. It's pretty good. I'd see that. I'd go see that band. Every time I think I got it, I find another little dust pocket. It's fine. You know what it is? It's absolutely fine. I will be sending this off with the 6AA tray. If someone has another option, if they want something else, they're gonna have to do that. We do RTRs, as it were. So far, I haven't found a single loose fastener on here other than those adapter nuts, which loosen themselves in the matter of like minutes. Throbbing Gristle got away with their name just fine. Loosey, Goosey, and the Floppy Shackles. I'm here for it. Son of the little dust pocket. I am no great fan of these acrylic-faced two-lows. But then I remember that I don't like two-lows. And then I'm like, is this one really more egregious than any other? Two-low's a two-low. I was going to clean the wheels, but then I remembered that. See? Another little packet. I was going to clean the wheels and tires, but then I remembered we don't do that here. All right. You know what? It passes 6 foot. No problem. That's why we're solid. I wish I knew how to go back and change the name of the stream. I can do it in YouTube Studio. People do this all the time. Bam. I wonder how long it'll take to update, though. What are your thoughts on the NV4 Plus? I think if you want to buy yourself one, I think you should. But I think if you're doing this kind of stuff, it's way more radio than you need. I think if you're doing that foolhardy thing, I call it foolhardy. If you're doing that thing where you say, I'm going to be economical, and I'm going to buy one radio, and I'm going to put all my stuffs on it. It's a great way to try to do that, to later find out that that's not a good idea. But by all means, you know, any of those radios, if any radio in that $200 to $300 range, you're going to buy that radio, it is very likely going to do every single thing that you ask of it. Without complaint. And then you're going to find out you're going to use about 20% of that functionality. If you want a nice radio, get you one. But whenever I do those reviews, tests, what have you, I'm always asking that question of, like, why? I never need more than 6-channel receiver at the most. So when somebody comes out with some new thing and it's got 11 channels, or you can update the firmware on your RC8X to do 16 channels, it doesn't mean anything to me. Because for me, the number one of any radio, before anything else, is ergonomics. Ergonomics is number one. How does it feel in your hand? And if it don't feel right, you can either convince yourself, you can get used to it, and when you go and you buy a radio and you spend $300 on it, do you want to get used to it? I think the biggest seller for their $200 model, for me, for the guy with these, is this gap right here. I can put my thumb full sideways. Look at that room. I do like this little, but then we got this guy back here. Who's toggling that? Who's toggling? I challenge you to toggle that. You'd have to do it like this. You're going to have to let go of throttle or steering in order to access that. SW4 is in no man's land. It would be better off if it was down here. It would be better off if it was right below this one. Why don't we just put two, one on top of the other? It feels good, you know, and the Noble is the same. It feels like a premium product. And just like, it's a light switch. you turn it on, and then when you get done, you turn them off. In that instance, it's absolutely fine. Mr. Hurley needs 61 channels. In a pistol grip, I don't know what's going to get you there, man. I don't know what's going to get you there, because I think the Radio Master does 36, including virtual channels. I don't know if anybody's gone past 36. Okay, what I do every time, without fail, is I miss a couple. So what I try to do is I try to start on one side and do everything on that side. It always falls apart. Don't forget your kingpins. It's the beauty of it. I will miss a couple points, all but guaranteed. Also helps to start at the front because you got Panhard drag link. Get everything. And if it's a day and you haven't gotten a little heavy metal in you, does the dry slide leak for you? What do you have it in this? Is it in this? A little heavy metal in my life. If you are going to go into environments where water is frequently present, my recommendation is to just go over top on the universal joints with wax. We definitely lubed something. It rolls even easier now. I don't think we're going to need much wax. There was already wax. I use many of the 11 channels on my G11P due to mixing suck down, winch in and out lights and enabling momentary dig and free position switches for OD and dig. Yeah. I had a 7-channel rig and I took 2 of the channels out. It's something similar to the time that I learned that you can have 4-wheel steer or you can have dig. I mean, you can have both, but I found quickly that I did not use both. I use one or the other. I will use 4-wheel steer sparingly, and I will use dig in basically every vehicle you can give it to me in. I'm on 4 blood pressure pills? Crazy. They tried to put me on one. I didn't even need it. They were like, oh, it looks elevated. I don't know if this means that I'm closer to life or closer to death, but every time they sit me down anywhere I am to take my blood pressure, they'll take it 4 or 5 times and never get the same reading twice. I don't know if it means the pipes are flowing good or the pipes are just flowing so badly that, like, I'm more dead than alive. The last time I sat down to get my blood pressure taken, it was 209 over 110. And I was like, isn't that dead? And they were like, yeah, pretty much. And then my wife took it 4 times in one sitting. Took it once, then again, then again, then again. Never got the same reading twice. And on the 3rd reading, I was like 120 over 70, which is like, that's like normal, right? It's like normal blood pressure. So I can read in the same day 120 over 70 and 209 over 110. So, but also, this is probably unrelated. But in school, I think I assume that many people did this. In biology class, they had the little kit where you had the little lancet and you got to find out what your blood type was. And they were trying to stab me and stab me and stab me with that thing, and we could never puncture me with the little lancet. So I still don't know what type of blood that I have. My wife assumes it's O because the mosquitoes, whoo, they love me. They love me, the mosquitoes do. And they bite me. I tried to miss one, but then I caught it at the end. So I'm probably just nothing exciting. Anxiety from being at the doctor. I'm never anxious at the doctor. I am an adult. I'm an adult. I told you should take it 3 to 4 times a day, alternating arms and an average. A plus for mosquito food? Oh. I would love to know my blood type. I'm sure somebody knows. Somebody knows. If you've been to a doctor, somebody knows. All right, I think I have a box even. Ooh. That's the dirtiest part. What kind of he's gonna say penetration. What kind of post? Oh, we got double O-rings? Double O-rings? Double O-rings is done and done, man. Bish bosh. We'll do the double silencer. Oh, negative, and I have the same mosquito issue. Oh. So mosquitoes don't like weed. They do like me. They like the one kid too, the youngest. The wife and the eldest, the mosquitoes just ignore them. My wife says it's all the sugar I consume is why the mosquitoes bite me so much. I don't think mosquitoes are after sugar though, are they? Am I learning a thing about mosquitoes against my will? I don't want to learn things about mosquitoes. That's how you can tell the fan is on. All the stuff blowing away. Now we should be able, well, let's test it. Let's test it one way and then the t'other. Yeah, you saw it. You all saw it and nobody tried to protect me. Stabbed myself right in the wrist with that damn needle. I've stabbed myself in the face with that needle. I bent down to look at something, and that thing was right there, and it right in front of the ear. It's a good thing I like the old Molly Bedinum. I find myself giving in and just saying it molybdenum now. Boring. I like it. Is this the same O-ring 8 times? I feel like it is. I could have just doubled, I think. I don't know. What does Molly taste like? I can't tell. Maybe things taste different to me now because of the amount of heavy metal that's inside me. This is a thought I never thought I'd have. AB negative. My insurance went up. AB negative is a rare blood type. It should charge you less. Because when you donate that stuff, they're like, yes, give us more of that. Because AB negative is the one that can only get from AB negative, right? Look. You all British. You can forget it. Aluminum. It starts with an and it ends with aluminum. If you catch us in America saying aluminium, you better get out of here with that. You better get on out of here with that. Have you fooled around with the molybdenum powder? I do pronounce aluminum correctly. That's correct. Aluminum. I don't put any extra letters in it either. Britain. No, I did not. I did not with Molly powder. No, I didn't. Molly was. Did I? Oh, I'm doomed, man. My bones are probably thick and sticky at this point. I bought a 4-ounce bag of Teflon powder. Do you have any idea how fine Teflon powder is? It's like powdered sugar that you eat once and never get rid of it forever. Yeah, good old processed bauxite. What are those servos you're going to trade me? Servo, you got to pick one. And it is Jaguar. Or Jaguar. Not Jaguar. Brits don't like to use T's. We can't fault them for that because Californians don't either. Santa Monica, right? We'll drop some T's. We'll drop some T's too. Only in the middle. I mean, not like full strength bottle of water, but you know what I mean. I think you're supposed to put the Molly powder in your crock pot. Yeah, I was going lazy. When I did my custom blend, I found out that Slick 50 high mileage formula, just a splish of Slick 50 high mileage formula in the wax was fantastic. And a bit of Mr. Zog's in there just because it smelled good. Cold water formula because it smells like cherries. It doesn't, but we can remedy. I had nothing to do with this. All I did was clean it and put it back together. But so your choices are, Mr. Hurley, the 3860. I think CLS. Why am I guessing? You saw that, right? Haunted. CLS 3860. That one's still in there. Or the BLS 4060. This is the direct power that will do up to 4S. This is the receiver powered. Spec-wise, they're almost identical. They're effectively identical. It just depends. Like if you've got a healthy BEC on whatever speed control. Do you say hospital? No, I'm not English. Hospital. Hospital. Kind of like hospital. Refrigerator. Refrigerator. Yeah, no, refrigerator doesn't have a T in it. T is something you drink. That's true. Hospital. No, who says hospital? Hospital. If you need one for 4S, you want this one. So if that SA75 is functional, send it to me and I'll send you this one. So there! It's put away in the back of the cabinet, not to be confused with other things that are in the back of the cabinet. We've got to move these refrigerators. I'm using a 10BL80, but running it on 4S. Yeah, then I would go with the direct power as well. That's not an overwhelming BECing in there. If you were running some sort of like the secure If you're running the Secure 120, I would say just go ahead and get the receiver, use the receiver powered one. We've got to move these color TVs. Got them installed microwave ovens. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Get the money for nothing. Is it funny? I don't think it's funny. Most, I think, just say fridge rather than the full spelling. Check the fridge. It could be in the fridge. Yeah, I think same. I think we use fridge most of the time. From the New England, learning how to pronounce R's, as. Learning how to pronounce as. Also had trouble saying T's and K's. Pack the cat. And I watched one. So now I keep seeing videos talking about the California accent. I'm like, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Apparently they have an accent in Antarctica too. Wait, what are Nerf nuggets? I was just going to let it go. So, not a lack of curiosity, just an unwillingness to be curious. Yeah. Worcester, Mass has no accent. Say hi to your mother for me. Yeah, they have no accent over there. I'm bilingual, but I catch myself rolling my R's sometimes in Spanish. Oh my God. I wish I could bring it up. So there's a dude that's running for governor. And his name is like Charles Xavier, right? And his last name is Becerra, Becerra, right? This is a Hispanic name. I don't think it's crazy to say this. Anytime a newscaster has any even hint of Hispanic, when they say Xavier Becerra, it's the full Becerra. Like, they roll it hard. It's like, yeah, like, so when I was in college, we all took a vacation together. We all got in the VW Cabrio and we drove down to Tijuana, and we had the best time. And then we had some taquitos. Like, they hit it so hard. And I'm like, look, we get it. It's California. Half of the things have Spanish names here. We get it. You don't have to roll your R's into oblivion. Becerra. Calm down. Yeah, but I'm French, so it's a solid roll. Roll. Three. DJX. Stingy on the screws. Did the 404 grass the Spaniard up for buying a Mustang yet? Wait, what? What do you know about the Spaniard? Somebody asked earlier, and I didn't ignore it. I went like this. Jeez. He was here in like January, maybe February. That's the last time I remember him being here. He just got a 5-liter Mustang. Oh my God! So we've lost him forever. Then he's in the full-size car world now. We had a good run. That kid rooked me into buying a website, which will probably never be updated again. Everybody in the world has an accent except country and southern people. We talk rat. And when he said "we talk rat," I heard that in Mr. Hurley's accent. Here's the thing, Mr. Hurley. The Southern accent of which you are an owner of is basically just a slowed down version of what they call received pronunciation, which is the proper British accent. Look up like Emily Blunt. Emily Blunt has got received pronunciation. She speaks with that traditional British accent. The Southern accent is just the British accent. It's just slowed down. And they hit their emphasis a little different. But it's the same accent. Crazy. American English is British English taken out back and beaten until it's barely the same. Yeah, because the British got to be conquerors for 1,000 years, and they got to force their accent, which, you know, the modern accent didn't exist for, you know, up until what, 200 years ago. I saw a video and it was on the YouTube, so there's no guarantee that there's any true accuracy in it. But that guy said that the California accent with which I speak right now, apparently, is as close as you could find to what the British at the time of the colonials would have sounded like. And that's crazy to me, that like that 300 years ago that British people didn't sound like British people. But apparently they didn't. Accents can apparently grow really fast because, as I said, there's an Antarctic accent now. Did you see the Associated Buy One, Get One? They added one, but it's not as good as the old one. The Comp Fox, buy a Comp Fox, get a Cattleman, is better than buy a Bushido, get a BK3. Both in terms of just overall value and in terms of two kits is going to beat an RTR and a kit every time. If it was a Bushido Plus, it'd still be a better deal if it was still two kits. I imagine most of the colonial accents sounded more Cockney. Well, that was the... I picked up my Southern accent when I started saying y'all. Yeah, Minnesota is Scandinavians, 100%. True British English no longer exists. English language is an amalgam of many languages and dialects from around the world. French, German, and Scandinavian origin words in English. Yeah. And we took it one step further. American, MAE, modern American English, took it even one step further. Californians have a non-regional dialect, supposedly, which is why almost every singer loses their accent when they sing. Yeah. I keep seeing things on the internet where they're like, oh, I can tell immediately that somebody's from California by the way they talk. And I'm like, really? Yeah, we do the Santa Monica thing where we drop the T's, but we don't have forced accents unless you're talking about Valley Girls. Like, I can't, if I go to San Francisco and I go into a store and the person there talks, that dude doesn't sound any different than I do to me. And that dude lives like 700 miles away. If you traveled 700 miles in the UK, you would travel through 700 different accents. Just like, I mean, the people from Liverpool crack me up. Oh, anywhere in the north. Oh, the Midlands. Anywhere in the UK has got the wildest. The Welsh. Jeez. How can you people, you heard me. How can you people have so many accents in one place that's not that big? Like, there's an Oakland accent happened in like 7 years. Yeah. But like, I don't think there's a Southern California accent. I think we have patterns of speech that might be recognizable, and they're like, oh, well, they dropped this letter and they pronounce this letter. Come on. Come on. Like, go sit down and watch Well, anything in Boston. What was the one where The Departed? Go watch The Departed. Yeah, in Britain, it can literally change every few miles. The most amazing English I've ever heard was a Japanese woman teaching English to Dutch people in the Netherlands. It would be like all of the accents in the U.S. happening in just New York. And not New York State, just in New York City. If every accent in the United States occurred in New York City, that would be the UK. We have 5 different languages in Britain. English is just the commonly used one. Wait, are you telling me that English is the most common language in England? I would say you probably have way more than 5, too. An Alaska Bush people family that has created their own accent within one clan. I've lived and been around the whole world since I was 17, and I've never lost my plain English accent. In England, they can go from normal to what did that guy even say? I know I've related it before, but playing the video games, and the guy was from Wolverhampton, and another guy was from Texas, not just Texas, Galveston, Texas. So we had a guy from Galveston, Texas, and a guy from Wolverhampton, the black country in the UK. Hearing one of those guys talk and then the other guy talk immediately after it, you felt like you had just stepped out of a spaceship. Your brain would start to tune in to try to hear what the Wolverhampton guy was trying to say. And then the guy from Texas would talk, South Texas. And they might as well not have been the same language. The fact that they were supposed have I watched The Burrows? I finished it. Yeah. EU slang, get that knife out of me. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I did The Burrows in 2 sittings. And then afterwards found out that it was the Duffer Brothers. Get that knife out of me is that's crazy. Wolverhampton is 10 miles from me, but there are 2 other accents before you get there. That's crazy. That's a big part of why I go. I'm like harumph when anybody talks about your California accent. Get out of here with that. Do we have a box? We might have to cut one down. Might have to pull the bumper. Because we can do a 20, but it's 21 with the bumper. And then 9 or 10 will work. 10. I don't think I have any more of the perfectly proportioned 20 by 10 by 10 A-main boxes. Oh, that's what we'll do. I'll ship it out. that guy didn't give me a harumph. Where is RC Family from? I don't know. The UK. I know that. Gerald on Clarkson's farm always reminds me of the guy from Hot Fuzz, where they had to bring a translator. And they were like, what did he say? He said, not in this one. This one is going to the guy whose house burned down. Just like that. Just as it is right now. Oh, look at it. I see the patch of dust right now. Look at it. Solid. Solid. It's a good little goer, too. Just north of London. What did I miss? I'm southeast of Missouri. Here. The trash panda is asleep because whatever the trash panda does, I'm not sure anyone actually knows. Whatever they do, they work nights now. They've been moved to working nights. So he's probably asleep. So he's gonna have to. He said that he was gonna watch this later. Don't mind me. Oh wait, hold on one moment. I'll be right back. I might have a Prime box that's big enough. As long as it's under 24. Oh. I mean, if we got to pop the tires off, we got to pop the tires off. When I was younger, I thought all English people spoke like they do in Monty Python. Well, they do. Oh, this is really wide. Wait. Where does he live? Let me go to my Let me go to my email and find out where he lives. Because it might make a difference. Depending on how small I have to cut the box down. He hasn't emailed me. Maybe on Discord? Anyway. If the guy is here, just tell me what state, so I know. So I'll know if I need to cut this box down or not. I think all British accent, Alabama. Okay, shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I'll probably just cut it down. The box is way too big. We all do sound like Monty Python. It's true. I hadn't sent it yet. I'm in Alabama. All right. Look at this. Or, follow me here. We can just ship it in this box. Think of how many tire foams I can fit in this box. Because this guy only fit. Look at that. Betty's like half this box. No, the other guy whose house that burned down. The guy from Alabama, Big Zeke's RC, whose house burned down. I don't know where to put this. I'm going to put it over here. You have no idea how excited I am that I'm getting 4 rigs out of here, 5 rigs out of here in 1 week, and I only have to ship one of them. Oh, dear God. Oh, God, he stinks. Oh. Ooh. I picked him up too close to my face. Oh, God, he stinks. Ugh. Gross. He's got that lake in him. Oof. Oh, man. If you just touch him, the stink Okay, we just need a 2200 to do a lack of steering test. Yeah, an RC4 that RC4 GS that you saw, that's the radio that's going with it. Just so bad. Where's your block? This is how we know which block is Bruce's block. He's got the permanent oil stain. It's like owning a classic car, but in like the worst way. Oop, you teetery boy. There's no play in that front end, right? Seems completely normal. There's no play in, look at this. That's the whole knuckle. Oh, it is not the Shackles. There is no movement up there at all. He's got significantly more steering this way than he does this way. It's so sloppy. I'm wondering if this axle isn't just toast. No, Bruce literally smells kind of like a wet dog. He smells a little bit like a wet dog, and it had to be the boat launch being parked sitting there in the water for like 15 minutes. So what I'm noticing, okay, the leaf mounts on the axle are tight. What I'm noticing though, his front shocks are angled over to the driver's side a little bit. Like the whole axle has slipped over to one side. So it's not entirely out of, yeah, these knuckles are not healthy. Like, I think we're realistic. We need to get the tires off at least so we can see what's going on in here. It is all wallered out in the front. But it shouldn't be able to push the axle around that much. Oh, no, we got to do this by hand. I do not want to snap another one of these things off. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. I can't even do it. Okay, we risk the full unadulterated destruction of a hubdapter here. Also, when he's in the air, his wheels are like this. They're aiming like this. Yeah, something's bent. You see how we're and then watch this. How do you get bump steer with leafs? It has to be pulling on the servo. But that definitely means something bent. Apply heat first? Okay. Did your U-bolts slide on the... They can't. There's no U-bolts. They're bolts through the leaf They're bolts through the leaf into the adapter. You think that much heat? I think that'll blister the paint up. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Those are locked on there. You don't think I can get away with just heat gun? I really just, like, how hot do I have to get this? All right, I don't want to break anything. That wasn't too bad. No, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Soldering iron's a good call. Soldering iron's a good call. Look at the leaf and that tire, and then look at the leaf and that tire. Heat it until it starts smoking, he said. Can't be stuck if it's liquid. I'm not going to lie. I did not think that thing would be able to absorb that much heat. Hey! Let me just drop this into my palm. I'm gonna guess that is more on the warm side. Where am I gonna put it? I'm gonna burn a hole in the bench. I have a magnetic bowl. Aha! It all it wants is to make me touch it. Guess what? That's really hot. Yeah, I got that whole wheel up to about 150. I touched the wheel, by the way. How hot is the... That's warm. I don't want to do real mechanic stuff. How do the chassis rails look? Don't think I'm not thinking about it. I mean, the leaves are what I'm going to have to do. What has to get done is I got to get the wheels and tires off of this stuff, and I got to start doing measurements. We got to we're going to have to triangulate. Well, I'll tell you one thing. These definitely weren't going to fall off on the trail. Oh! I guess we found out which side self-tightens. Yeah, that makes sense. I think all the times I've had a wheel fall off on its own, it's been passenger side. That did not budge at nothing. That nut is starting to change color a little bit. It's okay, I have brand new ones still in the package. Oh, you work on RC cars, do you? What do you do? Oh, well, let me tell you. Okay, I definitely saw smoke. Yeah, the rim is 300 degrees. And we got nothing. We have absolutely nothing. All right. Okay, so last time this happened was on Sheila. It's mostly just confined to the rim. It's getting some heat out towards the tire a little bit, but the inserts are silicone, so should be fine, right? I think this thing's running out of butane. This one might not come off. I mean, I snapped Sheila's and absolutely nothing. It is not loosening at all now. It's only an 8. Do I have a 7? I do. Is that an 8? That's an 8. I need another 7. I need... Hold on, everybody. I saw a break. Heat nugga-duggas. What's happening here is if you use your FJ40 to launch your boat, take care and look at the, you can't see it. Ooh. There's a very botanical smell coming out of there because it got warm. It was around 300. We don't ordinarily need to get things that hot. I know, I'm gonna stick my finger. Okay, that axle's definitely shifting. Huh. How does that not get hot? What? So that adapter didn't even get warm. Oh my God, look at the... What is going on? Okay, that's not good, right? I can... Nope, there it goes. Can you see where that set screw is? That's more than cumulative slop, right? What is that right there? He should not be able to turn that much. The drive shaft is not moving at all. We're in between where the drive shaft picks up. So I'm watching the drive shaft. It's not rotating at all. Half shaft is rotating. Both sides are rotating. That's bad. Like that amount of play. That's a quarter of a turn on there. I think this is a full pull the axle, tear the whole front end down. That's not good. That's additionally that's bad. But wait, it gets worse. In case you were hoping, the probably best if he's on his side. We're going to need much more additional torch. As the little inserts, anybody familiar with the F10 will know that the little threaded inserts that go in here, all four of them are probably seized, and that's bad. I think what we might be working with here is an amount of cumulative slop so great that it may just be a matter of pulling him apart and putting him back together again. It's not the gearbox. As soon as I put any pressure on that front drive shaft, I can feel the gears pick up. Oh, that's not good. You see how much I'm turning this, right? I'm turning this 90 degrees. Okay. Hopefully, if nothing else, the housings are still serviceable. Because I think all of the internals in both axles, I think, are just roasted. I think the whole problem with the steering is the front axle. Oh, we've got mismatched hardware. No, we don't. God love you, big man, but you are a lot of work. There's them bushings. I mean, that looks pretty normal, right? This is pretty much what you would anticipate. Well, There we go. Both of them, both sides. So Woody is going to need... Oh, no. The front... The ring and pinion has got... Can we see this? That's like 4 millimeters. Wow. Leafs absolutely flopping around. The kingpins completely jammed full of rocks. And then just the amount of... Look at that. Oh, look at that. This is like what Mr. Hurley is used to seeing. Did I say out loud crawlercanyon@gmail.com? I think I did. Oh. The mesh is nightmarish. I don't know how he was driving, to be completely honest. I don't know how he was still operational. Let me see. Let's do a foolish thing. Let's see if I can drop any of these kingpins out. Now, these are Vanquish. You can see the V on there. These are actual Vanquish knuckles. Okay. Oh. So what happens is these just start rotating. I think we might be dogged out here. Oh. Nice. That's the first nicest thing that's happened to me today, is that actually came out. Now, does anyone know off the top of your head, what do you mean that's what I'm used to seeing? Cars come in that, have drivetrains that look like this. And somebody's like, no, just an oil change. There is some sort of matter. Is that just sticks? Okay, all of his bearings have got to be absolutely shot. I'm wondering, I need the world's smallest vice grips. I wonder if I can grab this like this. I just want to get to the ring and pinion. Maybe the bigger? Oh, here's how I've done this before. We wedge a screwdriver in here like this. I usually stab myself in the fingertip. Maybe today will be different. We've been lucky so far. Hey! There we go. I just need an oil change. There's nothing wrong with it. Brake rotors in 2 pieces. Are those little guys... Is 4S best? No, I still think 3S. 3S is the universal solvent. 4S is great, but you don't need it. Moving from 2S to 3S is significant. 3S to 4S is marginal, is nominal. Oh, we got to you know what? I'm not just saying it. That it's dirty, but it's not bad. I mean, let me see if I can. I think the universals are fine. I think, I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we've started to. Are we wearing the yolks out a little bit? This is not as tight as it once were. It's still smooth, but man, how much longer do these realistically have in them? Everybody loves. Can't even call this maintenance. This is in the repair category. That bearing. Can you tell me the Mavericks magic? I've tried them on silicones, green and yellow, 3D printed on a 5.5 pound truck. They suck. Tried on my 11 power and rig. They're fine on trail, but suck on rocks. Took my brand new TF2 4Runner on Sunday, proceeded to drop it off a 10-foot cliff because I got distracted. We've been there. Oh, look at the. That's chain wax. Is what that is. Snotty. I'm amazed at how ratchety those bearings don't feel. This is Bruce stuff. We're in the Bruce stuff. How many? Okay, I'm going to do one last thing. You know what it was? It was lovely having you all here today. You know, I did basically nothing. We had a great time. That's a perfect Friday as far as I'm concerned. The less I do and the more of a good time we have, the better, you know. We've got sames. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, shout out to the clone F10T parts because it's not dead. It didn't break. It's definitely in its twilight. Today's video brought to us by the phrases, just some slight wear. It's got a bit of play in it. You know, this is normal. This is fine. This won't completely take all your steering away. Okay, then we've got to drop this guy. That's what holds my leaf adapter on. Okay. Oh yeah, just soak it in. Soak it in. That's real good. That's where we want to be. We're gonna pull a surprisingly low. Okay, one of them just dropped. There's a kingpin here. I don't have the other one. Okay, so I've been in this situation before. That one is stuck, but we're going to pull it out. Okay, so I'm missing two of those. Now they have to be in here. They can't go far. If they fell down, they'll be right here at my feet somewhere. I found the set screw that went to that pinion gear. I just found a wheel nut. Okay, see, this happened to me before. I've done this before. Hopefully somewhere on the bench are those other two little inserts, because the only inexpensive way... No, the wife's has got Boom Racing axles on it. She has the good axles. I do not. Why would I change them? These were working just fine. There they are. Thank heaven. The axle housings themselves still look pretty good. This is one of those situations where anything that comes off is probably just getting thrown away. All the bearings will get thrown away. All the hardware will get thrown away. Only the little bespoke pieces, like these little bastards, they will get reused. I was like, this thing's not coming off. That's because you have to take 4 screws out, friend. Oh, you're not ready. You are not ready. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the perfect end to a perfect episode. I want to take a picture of this and make it the thumbnail. Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce's front ring and pinion. Oh, yeah, boys. What do we got? What do we got? Do we have half of our original gear depth? The fact that that thing moved at all is astonishing. Those teeth are like 2 millimeters deep. They're just full of metal. It just looks like a flapper wheel. It does. Yeah, what gear? Bruce was driving the way a train drives. There was just the pressure from the one gear against the other gear was making this move. So that grease now has to just be just a delicious metallic paste. That is outstanding. Look at that. Look at that grease. The grease is like a metal putty. That's so good. That is so good. Now, famously, yes, very much sparkle grease. Famously, Bruce ate his rear ring gear on an ascent up out of the creek some time back, and we never serviced the front one. So this is the original. This is the original Chinesium ring and pinion that come in the F10T clone. Oh boy.
Is Chinesium a word?
Chinesium is a word. Okay, the upper retainer. Oh, will it get in? Look at the look at the forbidden glitter. All on that bearing. That bearing is mostly just forbidden glitter. Ooh, it does not rotate at all on its own. And if you'll recall, he drove. We drove him. This screw is... There it goes. Ooh. Oh, uh-oh. 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 I used to have a brick. Let's do this. I just want to see what the pinion looks like. Bruce is in a state. Oh, we're well into overtime. We were supposed to be done already. I just.
You're fine.
Oh, I'm good. This is gonna be really hot. But those axles have seen a lot of runtime. Oh yeah. No. No. I can't tell where it's slipping. Screw it. We're going to the power. If I have to, I'll cut the head off. Woo, that one was fighty. All right. I mean, it's in great shape. Just the oil change, please. Grace me up, woman. Now, okay, the pinion is just in a nest of, the grease isn't even grease anymore. So the pinion was much tougher stuff. The pinion honestly looks kind of okay. The pinion, I mean, I'm not going to reuse it, but the pinion is probably fine. So this is the thing. These are the oh, but look at the grease. It's more metal than grease at this point. These are the low dollar, $100 and some for F10T clones. Yeah, Amazon F10Ts. That's the thing. No one could ever call these axles junk. These axles have well past 100 kilometers on them. Bruce weighs 16 pounds, and that is not a sintered gear. That was a, well, machined gear. And that axle has never been maintained. We wipe that off. Yeah, 3-bolt boom racing clone. Just not heat treated, so it folded them over. You'll notice the way that you can tell this is the stock spool. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those are Phillips head. We already know what's going in here. I got a boom racing 30 that came out of my boom racing axles. A boom racing 30 is going in the front. I look, you may have different stands. You may think different things. Oh, if you don't like your turn radius, just shave your just shave all of the everything off of it and just make a tube out of it. Phillips, baby, Phillips. This will get aggressively cleaned. It's a machine gear now. This is borderline. You can see, right? That's where Bruce makes that puddle. It's the it's the excess grease dripping out of the front of his gearbox. Are we adding any wrap? The thing of it is, I mean, I guess I could. Yeah, I think we can't. Maybe. I know how I want to do it. I just don't know if I can implement it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to do, well, if I'm going to do all this work and pull the front axle completely, strip it all the way down and start over, look at that. Look at that perfect ring. That was like semi-liquid once. That's just metal now. Yeah, if I have to go through all this, he's getting the full drivetrain service. His gearbox just got serviced, so both axles torn all the way down, all hardware and milk of the poppy, all hardware and bearings discarded and replaced, and then all of this will get re-thread locked. And it's funny that when he's fully assembled, you can't tell that that's slopping side to side. I mean, that bearing comes out. Can you tell? I will have to figure out what I'm going to do about... Oh, I should just be able to order them. They sell them on Amazon now. Pardon me while I tab out. Opera, Amazon, F10 axle. Yeah, $116 is is what this pair of axles costs. That's the portal set. They have the straight axle drive shafts. There they are. Nope, that's portal again. It says straight, rear straight axle. No. Wednesday, June 10th. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Purchased 3 times, purchasing a 4th time. I just used my last available set and under 20 bucks. So, you know, bearings and all that other stuff aside, like 20 bucks to... No, I'm just replacing the universals. I'm just putting new universals on it. The housings, there's nothing wrong with the housings. They're working just fine. The gears that they come with, I can't even say that the axles are crap, because Phillips head hardware gears, and don't forget, how many times has Bruce towed a trailer? Like when he's towing the boat, he's like 22 pounds. He did amazingly. He's done amazingly. Look how worn that is and how new it is, because nothing gets up there. No slop in the gearbox. All slop back here. I want to say that Scale Metal Fab makes those brackets that you can just... No, you can't. You can't. You can, but you can't. Because, let us not forget, I had to buy a multi-pack of carbide drill bits because, see where the holes are here? Those holes don't line up. See the stack bracket? That's an adapter into an adapter to hold the leafs, because FMS decided to use 140 millimeter leafs with different spacing and 2.5 millimeter holes instead of 120 millimeter leafs. Yeah, I don't think, no one ever planned F10 axles to carry a 16-pound rig. And much as I would like to, we did oh no, that's just more wax. He's got more snot on him. Trepidor GRC, custom glued silicone insert, 0.83 pounds, 376 a corner. So he's 1.5 kilos of wheelos. If anyone out there in the universe makes a spring perch to adapt FMS leafs to conventional RC four-wheel drive leaf spacing, I would be astonished, and I would buy them immediately. Because I fully fabricated my own rear adapters, and then I made adapter to adapter. These are an off-the-shelf adapter, and then I had to make that plate because our holes don't mount up. And then I had to drill holes in all of the leaves. I had to drill the 2.5 millimeter holes out to 3 millimeter in order to run hardware through them. So none of this, what you look at from the end right there, none of this was ever supposed to happen. But try to stop me. They couldn't stop me. Bruce threw his weight at it. Oh, let's also not forget that his front bumper is 1 pound of steel, not including the winch. So God bless the cheap Amazon crap axle. This thing has seen some stuff. Imagine how hot that was getting up there. Yeah. He requires as much maintenance as he does because he's as big and as heavy as he is. But it will be real good. He'll probably be, not this upcoming week, obviously. I don't get the universals until the 10th. But maybe the following week, these two will, Bruce and Sheila, will be back out because he will be refreshed. Sheila's running great right now. I mean, she should be. She's like $1,600. So we went way long. I got to get to the coffee place before they shut down. Right? They close. So thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks to all the people who gifted. Thanks to all the people who just hung out. Don't forget, giveaway next week. I will be out at Horseman's on Saturday, handing stuff off. If you're at all in the area, hit up the Operation 11 Charlie Crawlers and Coffee deal going on at Horseman's. Doesn't cost nothing. Well, it does cost you. You do have to drive out to Crapple Valley, California, which not everyone wants to do. I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna do it. So I'll see you in all the things. I'll see you on the Discord. I'll see you next Friday. I'll see you in all your familiar places, everybody. Thanks so much, everybody. I'm gonna do the thing, and then the next thing you know, next Saturday, the 13th. 12th for the giveaway, 13th for Crawlers and Coffee / Operation 11 Charlie. I'm going to try to forget not to turn all the stuff off.